the Dana Gould Hour.
Jungle worms and swamp rats run around your feet.
Well, why do I get hooked up with these spook details? Monsters, graves, bodies. Oh, all right.
Trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat on Halloween. Trick or treat on Halloween. Never any tricks, but lots of treats on your Halloween station. Here's a salutation, a musical treat from your Halloween station. Happy Halloween!
It's that time of year again. The sun goes down in the afternoon now, the leaves have turned brown, and there's a chill in the air. At CVS and Walgreens, they're putting up the Christmas decorations. Yep, it's October. It's Halloween! But none of that Christmas baloney for us. We are firmly planted in the autumn. As Ray Bradbury once wrote about this time of year, something, 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 something autumn, by Ray Bradbury. We have enough show here to stuff your pillowcase, so grab a bag of candy and settle back. Howard Berger and Marshall Julius are here to discuss their new book, Making Monsters. Inside stories from the creators of Hollywood's most iconic creatures. This is a terrific book. I own it. Basically, it's a high school yearbook for professional monster kids. Rick Baker, Tom Savini, Michael Giacchino, Larry Karaszewski, V. Neal, Richard Edlund, Derek Mears, Bill Corso, David Dastmalchian, Mick Garris, Mike Mendez. The list goes on and on and on. Monster kids who grew up but never put it away and followed their passion right into the business. Packed with photos and interviews, it's a beautiful, beautiful book, Making Monsters, by Howard Berger, the Academy Award-winning makeup artist. He is the B in KNB Effects, and Marshall Julius, author, film critic, and, get this, he's British. He's from the United States of Britain. Daren Docterman is also here. Daren is an illustrator and set designer. He's worked on The Abyss, Monster House, Master and Commander. He was the VFX supervisor on the director's cut of Star Trek The Motion Picture. He, along with Mark Altman and Ashley Miller, make up the Inglourious Trexperts. Check out that podcast. And like Howard Berger and Marshall Julius, he's a pal. We've had meals, quite a few, together. Daren Docterman. True Tales from Weirdsville takes a deep dive into American international pictures and its genre output in the 50s and 60s. It gave us Roger Corman. It conquered the world, Invasion of the Saucermen, The Amazing Colossal Man, I Was a Teenage Werewolf, then segued into the 60s with the Vincent Price Edgar Allen Poe films, House of Usher, The Pit and The Pendulum, and so forth. And then, as a Halloween bonus, we're going back into the archives to present you with the true tales we did on Orson Welles' War of the Worlds broadcast, one of my favorite true tales. It's all here. It's all for you. Now you might be asking, but what about you, Dana? Where can I see you? How can I meet you? How can I get close enough to touch you, to hold you, to kill you, and then become you? Easy! October 24th and 25th, I will be at the Commonwealth Sanctuary Comedy Club in Cincinnati, Ohio. And on November 8th, for one night only, it's the Comedy Studio in good old Boston, Massachusetts. On November 20th, 21st, and 22nd, I will be back in beautiful San Francisco, California, to perform at one of my favorite places on the planet, the world-famous Punchline Comedy Club. So, all my Bay Area peeps, November 20, 21, and 22. Let's see you there. Do come. Do. For details and links to all of these and more, please go to the live appearance page at danagould.com. Lastly, thank God. This program is brought to you by you. Yeah, you might hear a couple of spot ads here and there, but this show has always relied on its listeners for support, and we never fail to appreciate you. So if you are not one already, please consider becoming a Dana Gould Hour Sky Cadet. Go to danagould.com and sign up for our Patreon. $5 a month gets you extra audio content, video content, and other junk. We don't have graduated levels. $5 a month, you get some stuff. Don't be a shy cadet. Be a Sky Cadet. It's a simple deal for complicated times. And now, the kids are at the door, and it's time for our filthy business.
Tune in, it's a gas. It's the Dana Gould Hour
It is a beautiful, hot, clear day high atop the Mulholland Drive view shelf here in sunny Southern California. And I noticed that even, I believe it was July 5th, the first nascent buddings, the first dandelion buds in the yard of Halloween popped up at CVS. There's one tiny end cap of Halloween candy already up. It is a testament to how much in recent years, recent decades, Halloween has blossomed into this massive seasonal holiday. Halloween, when I was a kid, usually started, prep for Halloween started around October 20th. The traditional thing was like after Labor Day, and then it was August 15th, and then it's moving back. Now, by the beginning of October, it will be all Christmas stuff. But the point being that Halloween culture and horror movie culture and stuff has come into its own. It really has blossomed and been recognized as a huge mainstream cultural force here in America. And it wasn't always the case. For people of a certain age, if you were into horror movies when you were a kid, you were considered a weirdo, a troubled kid, someone to keep an eye on. And all of those kids, not all of those kids, but many of those kids grew up to pursue careers in the creation of said movies, or writers, or what have you. And they have been interviewed in a new book that's come out, and it's by my friend Howard Berger and my new friend Marshall Julius, and it's called Making Monsters. And well, I will let them tell you what the book is about. Howard and Marshall, thanks for joining me today.
Sure, thank you so much for having us. Listen,
Thanks for having us, Dana.
Yeah, and you're in the book, so
I am in the book,
and that makes it even better. So,
I will say Howard is the guy with the American accent, and Marshall is the man with the. Is it New Zealand?
New Zealand. Yeah, by way of England. I'm too big to be a hobbit, but I do like walking around barefoot.
There you go.
Are you from? Where are you from in England? Are you from?
I grew up in North London.
No, yeah, I was going to say that's not northern.
No, but I've moved to Norfolk, so I'm a sort of North Londoner in Norfolk, and
Right.
deep in the country now. But in my heart, I'm always in Transylvania.
Are you in England now? I have no idea. So what time is it?
No, absolutely.
What time is it for you?
It is 7:10 almost. 7:10.
Oh, okay. So it's still fine.
Yeah, it's still
Yeah,
early.
so if I start drinking it, I don't drink for breakfast. It's just a whole different time zone.
By the way, I knew you were. It was an English accent. I was trying to be funny because people can never tell. Australia and New Zealand, I often mix up, but no one can.
Oh yeah,
Well, and then the Aussies get pissed when you go, "Oh, are you from New Zealand?" And the Kiwis get pissed when you confuse them with Aussie. So
yeah.
And just so, Marshall, you feel that just so I can flash my bona fides, I just spent a king's ransom on Oasis tickets.
Wow. A king's ransom.
Yeah, it's they better still be speaking.
Right.
Well, we all live in the same village, so I'll tell them to smile at you and get you up on stage for a dance.
Yeah, get along and stay along. Howard, I've known you for a long time. You work at you're a special effects makeup artist.
I co-own K&B Effects Group with Greg Nicotero, who I know you're very good friends with.
You are the
I'm the B, Greg is the N, and the K, and the
Greg
K.
Is Greg is the N word.
And and the K left a long time ago, over like 22 years ago.
Yes.
So
Howard Kurtzman.
Greg and I.
Now, do you know that I was with Greg all weekend?
No.
We were both at GalaxyCon in New Orleans, and our booths were adjacent, which was a completely random thing.
Was it fun?
Yeah, it was fun.
Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was great.
Those
It was
fun
great.
Conventions. I know Greg is the king of conventions. So so Greg and I have owned K&B Effects Group for 38 years. It's been a long time, and tons of stuff between with The Walking Dead and Interview with a Vampire and the Narnia movies and all of Quentin Tarantino's movies and Robert Rodriguez's movies.
Now you just brush over the Narnia movies, but Howard, won the Oscar for the Narnia movies.
I won an Academy Award for the Oscar, or I won an Academy Award for Narnia, and then I was nominated for Hitchcock, and lost to Les Mis because I didn't do enough dirt and sweat, I think, on Tony Hopkins. So, but I'm not bitter. But yeah, no, it's we've done a lot of stuff, over 800 movies and TV shows. And Greg and I first met actually when we were kids in '84. I got hired by Tom Savini, who's another huge makeup effects guy, to go work on a movie called Day of the Dead, which was George Romero's zombie movie. And Greg was working on it, working for Savini. And after that, Greg and I became best of friends. And he was originally supposed to go back to med school. He was a med student who took a semester off. And his dad is a doctor. He was headed to med school. And did he work on Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead? What was his So he asked his parents if he could take a semester off because he wanted to work on this movie. They said yes, but you have to go right back to school. So he took a semester off, and I talked him into not going back to school and moving right to LA. And he did, and his parents were pissed, or his dad was pissed. But we got an apartment together, and then we invited Bob Kurtzman, who was the K. And that's kind of how it all started. It was just kind of crazy. We had this house in Reseda in California. We called the House of Wayward Makeup Artists. And if you didn't have a place to stay, you can stay at our place. So it was always filled with tons of people and parties all nonstop. But I mean, that's kind of what started K&B. And here we are, like I said, 38 years later, and Greg has moved into, producing and writing and directing, but it's still very heavily involved in K&B. I mean, both of us, if we're not on set, we're always at the shop. So we're very dedicated and love being here. We love the camaraderie and we like making monsters. So that's kind of what made us decide to write this book, because we love making monsters and we wanted to hear what all our friends liked about making monsters or what they enjoyed about monsters. So it worked out really well.
And Marshall, how did you come to be involved in this? How do you know Howard?
Howard, I interviewed years ago for the first Narnia movie. He came over to London to promote it when it was coming out on, I guess it was DVD. I guess it wasn't as far back as the
No, it was the release of the film.
Yeah. But it had been out of the cinema, but you were promoting it. I think it was going to come out on DVD.
I don't know. Maybe.
Because you'd already got your Oscar.
Oh, so did I? Okay. Well, then you are correct. You remember better than me.
I know. That's why I'm telling the story.
Yeah. Okay. Tell it.
So Howard thought that it would be more fun, and he was right to make up the journalists while they were interviewing him, and so he brought all his Mr. Tumnus kit. And me as a very bald man,
a great idea.
I was the perfect canvas, and he turned me into a delightful fawn, and we just sort of bonded over the same sort of shit that all monster kids bond over. That we like the same, a lot of the same films.
So you're a monster kid, but you are a journalist.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess when I was always into monsters and movies and science fiction. I suppose I came to it more from the science fiction side than the horror side when I was younger. But there's huge crossover between all those things. I never really.
Yeah. And you're British, so I can see the Dalek.
Oh yeah, well obviously you got to like Doctor Who. I grew up obsessed with Doctor Who, but only in the very early days when I was very small. When I was like 5-6 years old, Tom Baker. I don't know if anybody.
Sure, of course. Yeah, that's
so Tom Baker. Literally, the first Doctor Who I watched was like. I saw that John Pertwee's last episode, he turned into Tom Baker, and then I was completely hooked on it for all those years, like 7 years or whatever, while he was on it, and then I completely lost interest. It was like, in terms of the classic Doctor Who, but for me, I thought it was all real. I was like, I really couldn't differentiate between, TV and reality. It's like I watched other TV and I knew that was made up, but there was just something about Doctor Who that for some reason my mind told me that was real. Like it was reality TV for me before I knew what reality TV was. And my brothers used to tease me mercilessly because I would sit up at the screen and I would watch it. I would just take it all in. And things got super confusing when my father, who was in the rag trade, I don't know if you have that expression, but he was in the clothes business. He had his own.
Oh yeah.
So he always used to get celebrities to open them. Good bit of publicity. And,
sure.
He got Tom Baker in his first year as Doctor Who to come and open the store, but he didn't come as Tom Baker. He turned up dressed as Doctor Who. The TARDIS was outside. The first time I saw him, he was standing on the roof of my father's building, and I had no concept of him being Tom Baker. But I knew that my dad had hired him for the day, so I felt some sense of ownership over him.
Yeah, thinking that it was real, your father is not helping you by having Tom Baker show up in the flesh in character.
I know, really.
He's not helping you
There's
form
a picture of
delineation.
me that my cousin shared with me while I'm just looking up at Tom Baker dressed as Doctor Who, and there's just this look of absolute love and devotion, on my face, like the neediest dog, basically, looking up. Master.
Yeah, but that's what we're gonna talk about. That stuff is so important. And Doctor Who is one of those things. I don't want to go into a sidebar here, but it's very heartening to see that it still has a life and it still resonates. Like my kids who aren't really genre fans really were into Doctor Who with Matt Smith and David. I mean, they really got into it, and I was careful to temper my enthusiasm for it because I knew it would push them away. It's one of those things like Doctor Who and Star Trek, and they just they don't go away. There's something about it that resonates so strong.
Yeah, and I'm always happy that my kids are into anything geeky. You raise them best you can, and then you hope that they will remain nerds and not become cool kids. And fingers so far, they've done okay. And we're very lucky that we managed to interview Russell T Davies and Neil Gorton, the producer and the head of makeup effects for Doctor Who for the new book. So Doctor Who has a nice presence. Star Trek a little bit.
The gist of the book is there's a thing called Monster Kids, which is guys like us when we were little. We were into monster movies and horror movies and science fiction and Star Trek and Dark Shadows and Doctor Who and Planet of the Apes, whatever it was.
Anything as long as it was real and had a monster in.
Perfect. perfect. Anything as long as it wasn't real. What a brilliant way to say it. I never thought of that. I'm going to cut out you saying it, and then I'll say it like it's mine.
In that case,
Yeah,
that works great.
Why don't you add in?
No, it's
okay,
great.
Dana, that is really great phrase. I'm going to use that myself sometime, and people might think that it's my phrase, but I want everyone to know it's your phrase.
I'm gonna say it's you, and I'm gonna always quote you because it's really brilliant. Anything that wasn't real is so what a bullseye, and I think the thing that differentiates us from, like, I had kids, like, when my neighborhood, I grew up at a cemetery. I mean, my street ended in a cemetery. It was Cemetery Street was the name of my childhood address. And we would play in the cemetery, and we would play Dark Shadows or Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, whatever it was. But of all of my friends that we did that with, I never grew out of it.
Right.
You know, I stayed in it. And that's what separates a monster kid from a kid who likes monsters.
I mean, listen,
monster kids are adults.
They are, absolutely. And it's fun. And it's fun to see, like, we always say, if we all grew up on the same street, we'd have the best Halloween of all time, Yeah. And it's still, that's kind of like in the beginning of the show, you were talking about Halloween, and that really is the heart of it all. Like, we all obsessed about it. We still do. I mean, I do a huge Halloween at my house every year. And I look forward to it, and we plan it. And, when my kids were little, I would plan months in advance. Like, what do you guys want to be for Halloween? And they're not even thinking about it, but I am, because I'm going to make some stuff. I'm like, hey, you are going as a this, and you're going as a this. And I remember my youngest son, Jake, one year didn't want to get dressed up. And I said, then you're not going trick-or-treating. If you're not in a Halloween costume, you cannot go. And he tooth and nail fought it. He didn't go trick-or-treating. I'm like, that's fine. Go to your room. So, but you're ruining Christmas. And,
that's so. It's so funny because the reason I knew that the Halloween end cap was already up at CVS was my daughter sent me a photo of it.
No, it's crazy.
Dad, look,
it's crazy. I mean, I love it. I went to Michael's hobby store, Michael's Crafts or whatever, and there's already all over Halloween stuff all over.
I tour and do stand up. I never. It's like my agents don't. I'm not working that week. I'm in town on Halloween. And even though my kids are now, my youngest is 16, she absolutely does not want me within a country mile of her. But I'm going to be here. And where I live, and I do full decoration too, and we don't even get trick-or-treaters where I live. I'm up off here in the Mulholland Drive view shelf. It's far too steep. Gibbons and orangutans clinging to the hillside. But I still do it. It's for me. It's for me. Now, Marshall, you don't. Is Halloween sort of getting some traction in
It is,
now?
but it's only through the diligent work of people like me that made it. So when I was a kid, my only kind of window into Halloween was like the Peanuts Halloween special. And so that sort of thing would appear on the TV. And so that was my idea of what Halloween was.
And they didn't redo that as it's Guy Fawkes Day, Charlie Brown. They didn't redo that.
No, it just never. It was just I always felt. Look, I was terribly spoiled as a kid. I didn't want for much, but I was screwed out of Halloween, and I felt that very acutely for my whole childhood, and I carried it around. And then when I had my own kids, and then it was like, we're fucking doing Halloween, all right? We're gonna
Axel Caroline, who's in the book.
Oh yeah, Axel.
Caroline, who's in the book, has the same story.
It's like, and then it was like, we're going to dress up, we're going to do it, and my kids were going to I'm Jewish, but like the local school was a Christian school, so it's like, whatever, it's all made up anyway. But the teachers
speaking of things that are real,
it's like you're like begging, and it's like worshiping the devil, and it's like and then there's nothing wrong with any of that, So I felt like I enjoyed it the second time around with my kids, and now that they've grown up and they're doing their own thing, then it's like, well, I'm moved to this little village in Norfolk. I'm growing my own pumpkins. The house is covered in real spiders in the summer, and in the winter, then it's all my fake spiders. So you just got to represent. I'm very excited that this year I'm going to be, we're going to be doing our signings at the end of October. I'm coming out to LA. And so I'm going to be in America for Halloween for the first time in my life. And I'm not like a bucket list.
We're going to do it big. We're going to do it big.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I want to connect with you because I want to see you see it.
I'm so excited. This is like, this is an absolute dream come true to actually be in a whole country full of people who buy into celebrating Halloween. It's like, I am so excited. That is like even more excited than doing all the book signings and stuff, just to be there in Halloween. Yeah. And I'm going to throw out all my clothes, Dana, and I'm just going to buy monster toys and go home with them. I'm like,
well, you're coming to the right place.
Zero interest in taking any of my underpants home.
Yeah.
Well, that's me whenever I leave town. 1 year we were going trick-or-treating and my kids were still little, and we had friends who had friends in from England, and they said, can we, and they had kids, and they said, the kids want to go trick-or-treating, can we go with you guys? I'm like, yeah, get over here now. Ironically, that year I was going, this is one of the things that I'm a little is counterintuitive. I go for comfort on Halloween. For me personally, I'm not gonna. If there's one thing I hate, it's when a kid's costume becomes about how clever their parents are. Like if I get a kid with like a black sweatshirt with a bunch of dollars taped to it, I'm the deficit. Get off my porch. You're not getting it down. Yeah. And 1 year, my daughter's friend, his parents made him Van Gogh's self-portrait with his face in it. But he was carrying this giant thing with both hands. He couldn't have a candy bag. He couldn't have a bag. He was tired. He was done after 2 houses. Like, you're doing it wrong. So I went that year as the prisoner, which is easy. And the kids they had no idea who I was, obviously, because they were kids. But they would go up to the porch and I would say, you say trick or treat, and then and then you'll get some candy, and then you come back, and it would just be so funny because they would go up with my daughters and we'd do trick or treat, and then after a bit we'd just say, I've got a sweet. At the very end of the night, nobody knew who I was. I had the black jacket with a white
number
lapels,
6 badge,
number six badge, and at the very, very, very end of the night, we're going to this one person's house, and this older woman looks at me and she goes, "I know who you are." So if I were in England in the latter half of October, would I see Halloween decorations and stuff? Or is it?
Well, you'll see it like one house in every street.
Sounds like
there'll always be someone who's into it to some extent. And also with pumpkins and stuff, people are into...
Can a kid trick or treat? Can a kid trick or treat on Halloween?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well,
the way that we did it
that's what's
when my
important.
kids were small was that there were a lot of people in our street. I grew up in in Kent, and there was just just like regular suburban houses. Yeah. If you weren't into Halloween, just don't put a pumpkin outside. Don't have your lights on. Keep your door locked, and then we'll past you. If there's a pumpkin in the window, it means come on in. We got some candy for you. But occasionally there would be some lights on from old people who just want lights on because they'll just fall over without lights. But then, of course, they didn't realize that it was Halloween. And so I would rock up with all my kids and all of their friends and stuff, and we'd knock on the door and we go, trick or treat. And the look of terror in these old people, because they go off and all old people have is like mints stuck together in a dish. And like 50p coins.
Book of crossword
and
puzzles.
They would come out with like Satsuma oranges and 50p pieces and pound coins and like literally bribe the children not to like egg their house.
Yeah. Pack of cigarettes.
It was like we would take it. It was like I would say take their money because that's just bad preparation on their part.
Sure. Yeah.
We were talking. It is. This all starts in childhood, and the biggest element of that is your parents' attitude towards what you're into. Howard, your story is amazing that you tell in the book that one night your father came to get you and said, "You have to watch this." How old were you? And tell us the name of that movie.
I was really young. I mean, I think it was just probably myself and my sister Heidi. So I was probably, gosh, maybe 6 or 7 at the most, if even that old. And it was Night of the Living Dead. So my dad woke me up and it's like, you have to see this film. And he was a film fanatic. He loved movies. We watched them all the time. And that was like the first horror film I saw. And I loved it, and I was scared, but it was cool. And he saw that I started to really have an interest in horror. And the next horror movie I saw was Dr. Phibes Has Risen from the Grave. And there's some really scary things, well, especially to like a 6-year-old, that haunted me when I was a kid. And I would wake up screaming, having these nightmares. And I remember my mom just running in and screaming at me like, "You're never going to see another horror movie as long as you live," Of course, that didn't happen. And but yeah, I mean, it's like I've always been attracted to monsters. I've always loved it. I've always, starting with the Aurora monsters. It all starts with the Universal monsters for sure. Especially Creature from the Black Lagoon, which is still my favorite. And then graduating into understanding and realizing the Japanese monsters, the kaijus and Godzilla, fantastic. And every birthday I had for about 5 years in a row, we watched Destroy All Monsters. Like we could watch a movie with our friends. Every year, Destroy All Monsters, which is still one of my all-time favorites. But yeah, and you get older, and I still love all that stuff. That's the thing. I'm 60 years old. I wear monster T-shirts, and see, you got to represent, right? There you go. Cool, Creep Show T-shirt.
and it's the uniform. Yeah, it's the uniform.
But it is, and it is really fun. Is. When you go to these conventions, it's really great because you're there with all like hundreds and thousands of like-minded people, and we all look alike. We're all wearing shirts and shorts or whatever, and it's just so dorky and geeky. But everybody's there for one reason, and that's to enjoy our love of horror, science fiction, and fantasy. I mean, I started going in the early 70s to go meet Ray Harryhausen. I mean, that was like a huge for me. And there used to be conventions. This guy named Doug Wright used to put these science fiction Star Trek conventions together. And it was really geared for Star Trek because I remember all the actors were there and all that. But I went to go see Ray Harryhausen and I had him sign.
Is this in the
70s? And it was at the Marriott by LAX. And there,
where did you grow?
Did
you
grow
up out here?
Yeah, I grew up in the Valley, so I'm a Valley kid, and which was the best time ever in the 60s.
I think
70s.
I just assumed you grew up in Pittsburgh because of Greg and Howard.
Is, obviously, we know Greg is from Pittsburgh, but no,
right. And Howard was as well. Right?
No, Kurtzman was from Bob's from Ohio. Mansfield, Ohio, or Crestline, Ohio. But yeah, I'm the only, same thing. Whatever. What's the difference? It's not even on a map.
New Zealand, London, Pittsburgh, Ohio.
Yeah. But it was a great childhood. It was just movie and monster, bombardment my entire life.
Oh yeah. Did you grow up in the Valley?
Yeah, I grew up in Northridge.
Yeah, growing up in the Valley in the 70s, man, you had the childhood that I fantasized about.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, you're riding your bikes. The second the sun comes up, you hop on your bike, you go meet your friends, you go to the mall, you go see a movie. I remember paying for that movie Benji. Remember that movie Benji about the dog?
Course, yeah.
I paid for that and then snuck into The Exorcist because I couldn't see and I hid the whole time, watching The Exorcist. But I was so excited.
I was worried how that story was going to play out when you said
I ditched Benji and went right for The Exorcist.
Oh, okay.
But I just remember hearing all this stuff about it, people fainting and throwing up, so I was all prepared. But I didn't feel any of that. I just really enjoyed the movie, and I was like, oh, those makeups are super cool. And I got something totally out of it that I don't think anybody else did. Like the adult audience in that theater, it was at the Northridge Cinema, this little general cinema, is probably like 5, maybe 300 seats. It was,
and you were 10.
Yeah,
if it was The Exorcist, you were 10.
I was able to buy a ticket to go to Benji. But God forbid I went into The Exorcist, and there were
because that was 74.
Yeah, and there were 3 theaters next to each other, and I just went just right in there and hid in the back. Nobody saw me. But I couldn't get enough of that stuff, and it was all about monsters and making movies. With my sisters, I have 3 younger sisters, and they all were killed by monsters every weekend. I would be shooting 8mm movies, and And again, like we said, we all still love it. We all get excited when we see, especially something from our childhood, be it like a famous monster or the Aurora monster models or new versions or Billiken models or whatever. It's still super cool. You still get googly eyed. And then of course there's Haunted Mansion, which just hands down is like, we all have something about Haunted Mansion. Like I have a room at home that's just, it's the haunted lounge, and it's all just Haunted Mansion shit. That's it. The stretch things, and it's great.
I'll show you.
Can't have enough Haunted Mansion in somebody's house. So see, there you go. Beautiful.
Oh, very cool.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's what it's about. Absolutely.
See, I have this idea that actually,
my children made their mother buy that. My children made their mother buy me that, and it was after the divorce, so she wasn't thrilled.
But you got it, and that's what's important.
So Marshall, you said you got into it through Doctor Who and sci-fi. Were you like Howard? Were you sneaking into films?
Oh yeah, I mean, I was more of a Star Trek kid. After the Tom Baker years, I was more kind of Star Trek, and then Star Wars. When I was like 9 years old when I first saw Star Wars, and so that and the aliens, and it was all just the 70s. Everything was either robots or zombies or monsters or kaiju or King Kong or
But and this is true when you watch those movies in retrospect, with the exception of Alien, and we're going to get into Alien because I love your story about it, Howard, when you were working with Stan Winston. There was just a touch of disco with a lot of it. Like when you watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture now, that is a disco tinge. Disco McCoy beams up. He's got his jumpsuit, and when it goes into warp drive, there's a disco lighting effect. It could have been from Xanadu.
It had a great soundtrack, but it had the wrong soundtrack because it should have been by the Bee Gees. It absolutely nailed it. When I saw that film, I was on holiday with my mum in America, in LA, and we were doing the whole Disneyland, Universal Studios thing. And Star Trek: The Motion Picture, the slow motion picture had come out. And mum was like, we can go and see this at Man's, Chinese theater. We can go where all the handprints are. And it was like, amazing. I queued up. I was like, 10? I was so excited to see it. And the queue, the anticipation and stuff. And then I finally got in the cinema and saw the film. And I remember sitting there thinking, what the fuck is this? This is not Star Trek. This is the most boring thing I've ever seen. And because of that, I didn't go and see Star Trek 2 at the cinema, which turned out to be the best one.
Yeah.
It screwed me twice.
That's so funny.
That movie screwed me twice.
Yes.
Although the opening's great. Wow. All that Klingon stuff is fantastic. Don't you think?
Yeah. No, I enjoy it now. I mean, it is a good movie to kind of just put on like a background movie because you can just check in. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's some.
Now there's a review. That's something for the poster.
It's a
background film. You don't have to watch it. Probably better not to. The elevator music. It is the elevator music of science fiction.
When you look at the others, look, I have 3 daughters, so I have to walk through the living room and Love Island is on. To that point, Star Trek is like a pizza, even a bad one is good. For people who want to buy the book, Making Monsters, what Making Monsters is you both know everybody.
Yeah, we were lucky.
But you don't know. It's not what I liked about it is it's not just famous people. It's people that have dedicated their lives to this, but we're all the same people. Like Marshall, you're a journalist. I'm a comedy writer. You're a special effects artist. David Dasmalchian, who's in the book, is also Oliver. He's an actor.
Yeah.
But we're all the same guy.
And I mean, that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to listen. The book is about how monsters affected us when we were kids and how they inspire us as adults. And I wanted to talk to both Marshall and I wanted to talk to people that love monsters, and grew up loving monsters. And everybody does. I mean, I remember we didn't get to interview him, Benicio del Toro, but I was on this set of this movie called Way of the Gun, and I was wearing a Creature from the Black Lagoon shirt. And I walked past Benicio, and he just went, "That's my favorite monster." And I went, "What?" He's like, "I love a creature." And we sat and talked, and he's like, "I just love monster movies." And I'm like, "You would never expect that." I mean, Tom Hanks is a huge Ray Harryhausen fan, which I
didn't know that.
Huge.
I didn't know
and he
that.
actually gave Ray his governor's award, his honorary Oscar. And that it was a big thing for him, because we were working on The Green Mile, and we were talking about Ray Harryhausen, and that came up, and he said that was like one of the greatest nights of his life. He got to give his idol an Oscar. But people love it. So we started putting a list together, and the first book we wrote, which is Masters of Makeup Effects, we interviewed just pretty much makeup effects people, and we had about 65 people. This book has we interviewed 80 people, and from all different likes. Like you had said, like Axel Caroline is a director, and Michael Giacchino, famous film composer and director,
right?
And we got John Carpenter, Joe Dante, some of the old guard, and just a lot of different voices. We wanted to hear a lot of different voices, from costume designers to visual effects to actors to writers. Larry's in this book, which is great.
Our friend Larry Karaszewski, who has an amazing Exorcist story.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And Larry's wonderful, and we knew that was going to be some great stuff, because he's such a great storyteller and everything. But and what
Larry, Larry Karaszewski, who went on to write, among many other films, Ed Wood, and worked on Mars Attacks with Scott Alexander, his writing partner, and Big Eyes, and People versus Larry Flynn, People versus O.J. Simpson.
My mum used to say, we grew up in a very traditional Jewish household, not religious, going to synagogue a few times a year for the high holidays sort of thing. But my mum used to say, if you wore a Magen David, the Star of David, if you wear that and you're out, then if somebody sees it, like this is disco world where your shirt's open and you're a big star or you're high or whatever. She said you could be anywhere in the world. If you see if another Jewish person sees it, it's like you've got that instant bond in common. And honestly, I never felt that. But for me, if I walk around wearing a Star Wars t-shirt or like the other day, I went to see Superman at the cinema, and I went by myself, and I'm wearing a Dawn of the Dead t-shirt that Howard got me, and I'm sitting in the cinema with some popcorn and stuff, and this guy walks past me, he says, "Oh, nice t-shirt," and then he sat down next to me, and we talked for like 20 minutes before the film started, and that's how I find my people. See, my tribe are monster kids.
Same thing.
That is my religion. Yeah. So it's like,
and it's funny because you're a journalist. I'm in comedy. But I'm the same way. If I see somebody in a Python shirt, I'll go, "Oh, great shirt." But if I see somebody in a Dawn of the Dead shirt, I'll go, "Oh, I can hang out with you." and the shorthand for that, and this is where I wanted to go, is an easy shorthand. Like if you're on a set or you're working, and you go like, "Do you know who Forey Ackerman is?" And if they say yes, you can talk for 5 hours.
Yeah.
And Forey Ackerman, for people who are listening, published Famous Monsters magazine, which began in the 60s. But for people our age, it was, before the internet, it was your monthly lifeline. And what it said was, again, and this is very important, before the internet, Famous Monsters magazine said, "You are not alone, and you are fine. You might," because I was considered certainly weird. I have 4 older brothers, and they were all athletes, and they hunted and fished, and I wanted to watch creature features. And so I was weird, maybe a little damaged, keep an eye on him. And what Forey Ackerman and Famous Monsters said was like, "No, you're great. This is Ray Harryhausen. He was also a monster kid. And he was a monster kid in the 30s. And now he's one of the biggest special effects guys in the world. This is Stephen King. He was a monster kid, and now he's one of the best-selling authors in America. You're fine. Yeah. Keep doing what you're doing."
I think it's super healthy, being a monster kid, and you do find your tribe and people that are like-minded, like we were saying, and it's nice. I mean, when I was going to school, I had met somebody from another school, a guy named Brian Pennegas, who went to Granada Hills High School, and I went to Chatsworth. And he contacted me, and he's like, I like monsters too. And then we became friends, and he's in the industry like I am.
Yes, I've got some Brian Pennegas
that's right.
stuff in my
Brian
home.
Pennegas. So, but yeah, I mean, we met when we were like 17 years old, you know, and
I had no idea.
And known each other ever since. But it's you just kind of find each other, you know, and they're all over the world. That's the great thing. Like wherever you can go somewhere in the world, you can go to, you know, Africa probably, and then you look over and you're like, oh, those are makeup effects guys, you know. Or you can always pinpoint, like you can always say, like, oh, that's camera department, that's grips, that's definitely costumes. But those guys, that's the makeup effects guys. So, you know, always the same, all over the world. And it's really fun. I was in the UK doing a show last year, and I threw this big party and invited all the UK effects guys. It was like Barry Gower and Mark Coulier and just tons and tons of guys that they're all friends, but they never get to see each other because they're always working. But it was such a great evening of just a bunch of nerds, you know, 50 and 60-year-old nerds talking about bald caps and glue, monsters and shit. It was so much fun, but it's all the same. We're all the same person, which is wonderful.
You were talking about Benicio del Toro. I had an opportunity to meet Guillermo del Toro in a professional capacity, not in a convention standing in line to meet another nerd. And I gave him the Creature from the Black Lagoon Popular Mechanics as like a a T-shirt, like I read you. And that was it. That was like, oh, great. We can talk for an hour and a half. And you said it earlier, there's something about specifically the Creature from the Black Lagoon. Every kid had a favorite monster growing up. Howard, yours was?
My favorite monster is Creature from the Black Lagoon, hands down.
Marshall, yours was King Kong, and mine was the Wolfman. It's funny because the creature is like, this is a weird analogy. The creature is like Springsteen. It's like people aren't into him. They're into him. I always wondered what that was. I think there's just something in that design.
It's great. And I think it is, Dana. That's exactly it. To me, it's still like the best. Like if somebody came to me and said, hey, we're going to do, and you know, that's the only Universal monster that has not been remade yet. They just have not. There's been scripts, and we you know, Greg and I have read them, and they're not very good. Thank God they didn't make them, but they haven't been able to do it, which is I'm fine with. But if somebody said, "Hey, you guys want to redo the creature?" I would do the exact same design. Like I think it's perfect in every way. But you know,
I do. I don't disagree. It was sort of like the Enterprise. That design is a miracle.
It's pretty fantastic.
Like I would have never in a million, like I'm not a designer, but I would have never in a million years have come up with that. And it's like, don't change it. Or the War of the Worlds War Machines,
fantastic.
Or the creature. Nope. You did it.
Yeah. They're design classics. You can only ruin it. You can't improve on it.
No.
Yeah. And, I think people ask me, because I'm obviously a big Planet of the Apes guy, what it was about it. And it was because I got, I was into it at 5 and 6 years old. There was something about the design. There was just something about the way they looked that, and I can't explain.
I agree with you. I mean, that was like my first big makeup movie. And I saw that and I was out the door. Like, I'm like, this is what I'm doing when I grow up. And I tried to figure out how they did it. And of course, Famous Monsters had photos of, John Chambers running foam rubber with a cigarette with, 3 inches of ash hanging over. And I was like, maybe I have to take smoking up to do this. But, he was incredible with these giant, enormous like arms and stuff. But there is something about the simplicity of all his makeups, be it Planet of the Apes or be it Island of Dr. Moreau. It was all about form. They weren't very detailed, but they worked so well and they were so simple. And, I watch those movies all the time. And of course, as the films go on, the makeups aren't as wonderful. But John stopped doing them after, I think, Beneath, or maybe after Escape. But also actor-wise, Roddy McDowall, man,
less and less money.
Well, that's what it was, and he just said, "Forget this shit. I'm not doing this for no money." Yeah. But Roddy McDowall brought that character to life. Cornelius was so outstanding. I got to work with him in the late '80s, and I'd always been a fan. And I brought my book with me that had all my photos from Planet of the Apes, and he was so kind. He answered every single question I had. He signed every single photo. And I mean, he's incredible. He was an incredible human being. And I would run into him from time to time, and he'd always come over to me, Howard, it's so good to see you. And I'm like, it's fucking Roddy McDowall. Like, I idolize this guy. I remember when he was on the Carol Burnett show as Cornelius. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember watching that, and my head exploded.
I was like, oh my God, Cornelius is on, But, and asking him why he wasn't in Beneath from the Planet of the Apes. And he said, I directed a movie. And I said, oh, well, do you wish? He's like, I wish I was in Beneath the Planet of the Apes instead of directing the movie, because it would have been much better. I'm like, that was a fake Cornelius anyhow. It's an imposter. But you have the ultimate Roddy McDowall memorabilia, Dana.
Certainly the most expensive.
The most expensive Roddy McDowall memorabilia. So, yes.
Yeah. I bought his, Marshall. I bought his house.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. That's a nice piece. You both talk about Planet of the Apes with such incredible enthusiasm, and it's fun to talk with other fans like that. I found that when I first met Howard, that instead of it being, because a lot of the times when you go and do interviews, you have 10 minutes, half an hour, or whatever. But it's like, there's definitely, you're there to get something from them. You're not there to become mates. You're not there to sort of bond. It's sort of transactional. It's, they are the talent and you are the lowly word monkey. I found that there was that separation between me and like 99% of all the people that I interviewed, always got good stuff mostly, but with Howard, it was like when we started talking, it was just like talking with a mate, and that's what I found. What is the secret, I think, of why our books are so much fun is because everybody that we interview is bonded by this stuff. Howard, he's like been in the industry forever, but he's not like above it. He's still a fan. So many people get blasé about it, or they just get a bit like, oh, it's, I'm over it. But, Monster Kids never get over it. They always get excited about new films. They always want a new T-shirt, and they're always thrilled. You never run out of that enthusiasm. It just keeps you going. And I think that's how we bonded. And that's how, I make friends with, my friends have to have that enthusiasm. They have to be excited about it, or I'm not really interested,
And nine times out of 10, they're incredibly nice people.
Yeah.
And people always, it's counterintuitive to people that aren't monster kids, because they think, oh, these guys love murder and death. It's like, no, we have that in a healthy place. You want to meet some sociopaths? Hang out with some stock traders.
We work it out. We're in touch with our feelings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everybody, and what I find with monster kids is there are people in tributaries like me and Marshall, but by and large, half of them go into effects and half of them go into music and metal music specifically. And then there's a couple of comedy writers, there's a couple of journalists, there's a couple of, this and that. But those are the two big things. But again, as the rule is always, like, I've never met Kirk Hammett.
Really?
But yeah, I've never met Kirk. But if I met him, I would say like, hey, I love your Basil Gogos originals. And we would would talk for an hour. Yeah, it's like it's like what you're talking about, what your mom said about the Star of David. It's a secret handshake.
I know, it truly is.
And there's a great story in your book, Caroline Munro, the actress, the from Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, Golden Voyage of Sinbad, and Spy Who Loved Me, and
our childhood British dreams.
Yes, and
all of our awakenings.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say, no, our adolescent. I saw her first in The Golden Voyage of Sinbad, which led to my first Hardy Boys fan fiction, The Case of the Confusing Feelings. But she was saying that she really wanted to work with Vincent Price. And she was under contract to Hammer, and he was doing Dr. Phibes. Speaking of Dr. Phibes, but she made an arrangement, and she didn't get credit. I don't think she got paid, but she played Dr. Phibes' dead wife. And she was saying about how lovely and solicitous Vincent Price was working with her. Lorraine Newman, who's also a monster kid, who was an original Famous Monsters, had a subscription to Famous Monsters in the 60s and 70s. She convinced Lorne Michaels to have Christopher Lee on SNL as a host because she wanted to work with Christopher Lee.
I never knew that.
And and she said the same thing. Like, he was lovely. And I'm not going to do this story justice, but Christopher Lee was telling this story about I was doing a play with the Royal Shakespeare Company, and the other actor entered, and just after his entry, he let out this enormous fart. And my first line was, "Is that all you've got?" So many of these people, they're actually the nicest people you'll ever met because they have a healthy outlet for all of this stuff. Howard, you told a story in the book that I loved, which I wanted you to elaborate a little bit on, and it leads to the story about Rick Baker that I want to get to. You were a giant fan of The Creature from the Black Lagoon, and The Creature from the Black Lagoon is one of the famous suits.
Right.
You know, there's the Wolfman, which is head and hands, sometimes feet, and then it's a guy in some shirt and pants. Planet of the Apes, head and hands, and then it's a guy in a tunic. But The Creature from the Black Lagoon was head to toe, fully realized creation and truly striking. In the top three of those is H.R. Giger's Alien, which it's funny because when you see it just standing off waiting for those behind the scenes photos, it's a lot less complicated than it appears on screen just in the way it was shot. It is, at the end of the day, this amazing head and a guy in a suit. But you talked about, you who are a fan of Alien, you got to work on Aliens. And so you actually tell a story about when they sent you the suit.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. So I was working for Stan Winston, and it was his original shop, which was in Northridge. And we were just starting to prep Aliens, and this crate showed up, and Stan came and said, "Hey guys, just crack that open and get it out." And I think it's the original Alien suit. And I'm like, holy shit. So it was myself and Bob Kurtzman, and we cracked the case open, and the smell came out because it probably went off the guy that played the suit and then thrown into a box. And so that smelled, and we brought it out, and it was this weird looking thing. It didn't look anything like the Alien, that we saw in the film, but it was all like on a black spandex unitard. These like slip latex, like mask latex pieces that were all glued on. But then if you look closer, there was like macaroni, dried macaroni, and Coca-Cola bottle caps glued to it.
Macaroni and bottle caps.
And like, I remember the feet. The feet were black Converse tennis shoes with a slip over feet that had the bottle caps glued to it, and then like up and down the side was where all the macaroni was glued, and it was all like painted black, and it was just so kind of junky and kludgy, but yet it was super cool because it was like an art piece, like a found project, found items project.
Yeah,
and that
aren't they called greebles?
I think so. Yeah, greebles, and it was so interesting to see how Giger put this together, and then we got the mechanical head that he designed and Carlo Rambaldi built. and it's the whole big thing with the jaw and all, but it was so simplistic and elementary. But what it was is that I think the brilliance of it is Ridley Scott realized to create that look of that alien, he couldn't hire a makeup effects person. He wanted to hire an artist, somebody who wasn't in the film industry, who didn't know about the limitations in the box with that you have in movies, and especially somebody like Giger, who was like this Swiss surrealist. And what he came up with was probably the most innovative design, I think, clear across the board of all time. Like the alien design, there's nothing like it, and there never will be. It's incredible. But yeah, it was a total hunk of junk when we took it out of this crate, and it had been crated up since the movie, wrapped in 78 or whatever, and this was in 85 perhaps. So yeah, it'd been sitting in a crate for a long time.
Wow. Yeah. And Carlo Rambaldi, did he manufacture it?
It was all built by Giger. So when they were,
even the suit was actually built.
And Rambaldi,
even because he was a sculptor, so I guess he would have
everything. Including the space jockey, and I mean, his hands were in everything. But it was all really, from a artist perspective. So it's amazing. I'm sure the thing fell apart through the course of the shoot. But yeah, Giger had a whole team, and he, hands on the whole time, and figured out how to do this. And Rambaldi basically just built the mechanism, the jaw opening, and then the striking tongue mechanism. And then Giger did the rest of it, did all the cosmetics. But yeah, it's, in my opinion, the xenomorph has never looked better than in the original movie. No,
it's so funny because I've been traveling a lot, and Alien is in the Delta thing. So I've watched it 4 times this month. It's great. Because I'll just put on Alien or put on Star Wars or Jaws and just watch it with the sound off and work on whatever I'm working on. And so I've seen it a dozen times. Was there this is just a weird... Did they create a full-size space jockey, or was everything the thing at Bob Burns' house on a chair?
They built a full-size space jockey, and it was.
So is the thing at Bob's house just a maquette, or was that also screen used?
The thing that's at Bob's house is the maquette. Definitely, because that's how they kind of figured it out, and then blocked it out and scaled it up. But no, they sculpted a full-size space jockey. And actually they had sets at the LA County, it was at the Natural History Museum when the movie came out, and some asshole arsonist went in and lit it on fire, and all the sets were burned down. So it had the space jockey there, it had the mother set, and it all went up. I got to go before that.
What year was this?
This was right after Alien came out. Yeah, it was terrible. Some jackass burned it all down. And the space jockey was all clay and plaster. It wasn't molded or anything like our standard traditional way we do things.
Yeah, sculpted.
He sculpted it in clay, painted it, whatever, and it probably weighed 300 tons. But, so it just melted, and the mother set was destroyed. And yeah, it was really disappointing that some asshole would do that. But at least I got to see it all, which was super cool. And they had the alien head there, which that survived, obviously. And then we got to see it again at Stan's. So,
and in Aliens that you worked on, again, people might not know, they're attacked by hundreds of aliens, but you only had what?
Yeah, there wasn't a lot, as I recall, and they were really simplistic. Like Stan took the idea of putting the actors into black bodysuits, unitards, and we just made pieces and glued them on. So there was never like a full sculpted suit like the creature from the Black Lagoon. It was all pieces. Like we sculpted the back flukes and the hands and all that. And then when it's all covered in slime, and the way James Cameron shot it, it worked really, really well. Greg and I always say, you can have the greatest design in the world, but if it's not photographed and utilized properly, it's a fail. You could take the alien and put it in broad daylight in the middle of the street. It's going to look like shit.
It looks like shit.
But the way it's utilized is what makes it work.
And a lot of times, I'm telling no one here anything they don't know. It's what you don't see. There's a great story in the book by Jordu Shell, who I don't know who that is. Who is Jordu Shell?
Shell's a really amazing artist, designer, sculptor. He makes all these cool masks. Like I bought tons of his masks. Like I'm sure when you went to Monster Palooza, you walk past his stand. It's like he has incredible stuff. Really, really specific artist, and did a lot of designs for James Cameron for Avatar. He designed the Na'vi. They had a big hand in that. A lot of stuff. He's a great designer.
Like he tells a story about watching The Amazing Colossal Man when he was a kid, and his mother turned it off. She said, "You're not if that's going to scare you, I'm not going to let you watch it." And she turned it off just before they revealed The Amazing Colossal Man, which she said it was actually worse because I got to because what I imagined was so much worse than anything they could have come up with. The most, again, because I've watched it 5 times this month, the brilliance of Jaws, which is another one of those movies like The Creature and The Exorcist. It's just like what movie formed Jaws? You work with someone who is a big fan of Jaws, Howard.
Huge.
Alex Kintner's death is much more effective especially now when you see the version they didn't use. It's much more effective because you don't really know what's happening, and your mind fills it in.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I mean, even in that shot though, Dana, as a kid, when it's the folding of the raft, but in my brain, that was the shark like spinning, and that was like its dorsal fins, and I'm like, what did I just see? But I think I agree with you. Those are all great movies because again, the filmmaker knew what to do. Knew what not to show, and I think in the case of Jaws, and especially with the 50th documentary that just came out. It was like lightning in a bottle, and the disaster of the shark not working made the movie fantastic. I mean, I remember my dad had worked on it because he was a sound engineer, and he's like, he said, don't be so excited. The shark doesn't show up until like the last 5 minutes of the movie, and I'm like, but it looks so cool, Dad. He's like, it's good, but I just think there's no shark in the movie.
So your dad, and this is obviously before it came out, your dad didn't...
It was before it came out, and they were mixing. He was a sound mixer. And he's like, it's weird. But he thought it was great. But he's like, don't expect to see a monster. There's no monsters in this movie until like the last 5 minutes.
Marshall, how old were you in 1975?
I was 6 years old. My brothers went to see Jaws at the cinema. They were all like 10 years older than me. They went to see Jaws. I was desperate to see Jaws, but my mum was like, you're too young. I think it was like they could have taken me along, and, as adults, they could have taken me along, but they did. They came back with the Jaws pin, and I've still got that in my collection. That was like that was my consolation prize. But I felt profoundly jealous of them. I hated that they went to see Jaws without me.
Was Jaws as big in England as it was here?
Yeah. But, in America, you have more of a swimming culture. We're not in the beach all the time because our beaches are mostly rocky. And
the water's so cold,
and grey, and it's just not. It doesn't lend itself to a lot of to a big beach culture.
You only go down to Brighton to have a youth ride
on our mopeds, and to fight with the rockets. But
by the way, when I went to Brighton,
what it's like to be in a body of water, and the fact that you don't see the shark, because whenever I went swimming, literally I've been in swimming pools, and you just think, your mind plays tricks on you, doesn't it? The fact that you don't see the shark under the water actually makes it more terrifying. And when you're in a large body of water, it's like you are in the sea with sharks. It's just they might be 100 miles away or 1,000 miles away, but they are in the same water.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
I am not lying. Last summer, we watched Jaws. I have a backyard screen, and we watched Jaws. And about 2 nights later, I went in the pool at night, and one of the girls' floaties was in the pool, and there's a shadow on the bottom of the pool that I didn't factor in. And I dive in the water, and I see this dark shape below me in the pool, and everything I'm describing happened in an 1/8 of a second. But my heart stopped. Oh no, it's just there can't be a shark in my pool. It's not possible.
But still, you didn't. I would have something just jumped out.
There's something so primal about it, and other people you talk about in the book, the poster for Jaws is so. Again, you talk about just a timeless design.
That's great.
There's there's Jaws, which is every boy's fear, and then there's For Your Eyes Only, which is every boy's hope.
Very true.
You were Marshall. You were super into. You said your favorite monster was King Kong. So did you see the Dino De Laurentiis Kong? Was that something that you or did you? Because the Rick Baker story that you talk about in the book is such a crazy story where this kid, Rick Baker, was a monster kid. He was fascinated by monsters, and he became the preeminent monster maker in cinema and actually got to be King Kong. He actually played King Kong in a movie, but that was one of those things like, it's all on how you shoot it.
Yeah, and actually Rick told us that he thinks that the movie is rubbish. And only if you saw it when you were a kid and you have that special feeling, for when you bond with the movie when you're a kid. But he's not a fan of that film. I mean, he had a nightmare time making it, so I don't think that he would enjoy it, even if it was.
Well, and it's like the Planet of the Apes remake he worked on. Yeah, no, the apes are amazing. But the movie's not good.
No, well, having interviewed now a million makeup guys, I think the thing about that is that you have to do good work. But you have no control over whether the movie is good, right?
You don't.
So
you have
comes down to.
Yeah.
But for me, it was always the original
sometimes
King
you get
Kong.
lucky.
That was the first thing I saw. There was one of the first monster movies I saw. It was a Saturday night, and my parents were out somewhere. It was on late at night, and my brother was like, have at it. And it was a really huge formative moment. And so after that, the 70s one was fine. I think that my favorite thing about the 70s Kong was the poster. I had this sort of plastic molded poster of him on the and it was, and I just loved that, but I felt like the film didn't quite kind of live up to it, and it didn't have the same I don't know, mysterious vibe. I love Skull Island in the original,
That movie was the second worst thing to happen to the World Trade Center.
Second. Yeah, I didn't mind it. I actually liked the 70s, just for the camp and the cheese. But of course, being a Rick Baker fanatic, to me, that was the most exciting thing. I think that Kong is really cool, but nothing's better than the original, of course.
And Howard, you spend a lot of time in an ape suit. You've designed your own ape suits.
Yes,
you're a gorilla
I think the
guy.
last time I did it was for you, Dana. So I'm past the point of wearing suits now. It's you get to a certain age, you're like, I can't wear suits anymore. But I mean, I just thought that was a cool gorilla. And I years later, actually it was in 2012, I got to work with Jessica Lange and on a film. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to say shit about King Kong because I don't want her to flip out or whatever. But on her last day, I brought my poster and all that stuff. And I said, Jess, would you mind signing this? She's like, oh, fuck yeah, absolutely. And she took it and she's like, this was such a fun movie. It was a learning experience. And, it's a terrible movie and I'm horrible in it. And she said, I went to the screening and I was so embarrassed that I went and I enrolled in the acting classes and she did. And she was but she had 100 stories about it. And I was fearful that she'd be like, you son of a bitches, and rip up the poster. She was all good about talking about it. I was asking her a million questions and
cool. My friend's dad wrote it.
Oh, really? I think there's cool stuff in it, man. I mean, I know people hate it and it's sacrilegious. It's got a great John Barry score. A John Barry score is excellent.
They did the best. They did the best.
It's just very Dino'd. It's been Dino'sized. So it's of course. Everybody cry when a Kong died. So
no, it's more for that scene when he's perving over her and she's in his hand, and then he puts her under the waterfall and he's like blowing her dry, and it's like, where did that come from? It's like what is this like Kong's wash and go or something?
Wash and dry.
It's a little thing on the side.
But I love I love the movie that features the worst Kong, which is King Kong versus Godzilla. Where it looks like a melted wax figure of Kong. But I love
it's a
that
super
movie.
fun movie. But when even as a kid, I was like, I don't think anybody in Japan has ever seen a gorilla. Like, that couldn't be farther from a gorilla. But that movie is
so
great.
terrible.
But that movie also, that really, there's a lot of discussion because the scales change, It's like, okay, so how big is Godzilla? And how big?
But the scales change in Kong,
they do.
The 33 as well.
They do. But this is so drastic. It's like all of a sudden Kong's the same size. And there's been a lot of debate. This is what grown men do. They debate if Godzilla would actually win in a fight against King Kong. Grown men have these conversations.
The original Kong was, what was it, 18 feet, 30? What was he supposed to be? 18 feet tall?
Honestly, I find the whole size thing very confusing.
Yeah, like 50 feet tall.
Yeah. And the posters that they did, he was like the size of 10 Godzillas.
Right.
Yeah, and now he's the size of the World Trade Center. And in the movies now, he's why does he have to get bigger?
Just to fight Godzilla. That's the only reason.
But why is Godzilla bigger? It doesn't. Why does he have to tower over the buildings? It's just a movie that was got to be bigger. No, he doesn't.
No, it's big enough.
It's getting ridiculous. He would not be able to walk. He would just plow down through the. He shouldn't be taller than the tallest building. I like the idea of him coming around the corner. But it's just like an American, I've got to be bigger. In the new movie, Kong is the size of the continent of Africa. And, we had to film it from a satellite because we couldn't get close enough.
It's getting that way. I mean, in the new American ones, he's actually walking, isn't he? He's not even swimming. He's like walking on the ocean floor and his head,
it's ridiculous.
It's like too much.
One of the great things about, being alive now and being a monster kid now is the genre sort of runs the movie industry, and you get a movie like Godzilla -1, which is probably my favorite Godzilla movie.
I agree.
And also you watch that movie and you realize, the guy that made this also loves Jaws.
Yeah.
Which I say that in a good way. It's like all of these influences, like in 2014, one of the best movies of the summer was a remake of Battle for the Planet of the Apes. It's like, how is this happening? And last summer there was the sequel to the remake of King Kong versus Godzilla. And it was fine. And last year there were two great movies that starred Godzilla. One was a film and one was a movie.
Yeah.
But they were both great in their own way. It's the new Godzilla versus Kong films are as beautifully stupid as the original. It's like, I always go like, it was kind of dumb. Yeah. Have you seen the original? It's like, he can have a robot hand. It's fine. It's a different thing. But it's great to see these things. They're still alive.
And it is incredible that the American Godzilla films are so massive and they do so well. Because obviously when they came out, in Japan and then were brought over here and relooped, they were just thrown out. You'd be lucky if you could catch it in a movie theater, be on television before you knew it, like on Creature Features or whatever. But it's incredible how much money those movies make and how they're part of the tentpole, like for Legendary, pictures. It's part of their staple. And I always thought it ridiculous when you hear Hollywood like, horror movies are dead or this genre doesn't exist. It's like, what are you guys talking about? It's the only genre that ever is alive. It never dies. You can put anything out. I mean, granted there's some hiccups here and there, but that usually stems from marketing, bad marketing or what have you, and being overly confident about something. But I'm always amazed that they're pumping out these movies, and people love them. They run to them. I mean, the past, talking about box office, like the past 3 months, everything's been over $150 million a weekend. At the theaters, and I'm like, what are they talking about? Films are dying. Movie theaters aren't doing well.
Yeah.
This weekend was almost $200 million weekend. So, and it's all genre stuff, which I love. It's great.
You're talking about King Kong. V. Neal tells a story in the book. V. Neal's one of the preeminent makeup artists of the 80s, 90s, early aughts. She said when she was a kid, she was obsessed with the movie The Mummy. And because of The Mummy, she wanted to either be a makeup artist or an archaeologist because she loved The Mummy. My oldest daughter loved the Peter Jackson King Kong when she was very little. And I cut out the chasm scene, the spider scene, and the weird slug scene, and kind of started it when they got to Skull Island, because I didn't think a girl her age needed to know the booking habits of music hall theater. But she would watch that like, can I watch King Kong? Like, just watch every day.
Wow.
And she loved dinosaurs, became obsessed with dinosaurs. And she starts grad school in the fall. She's a paleontologist.
Wow, that's really incredible. Cool. That's super cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. She was just up in Alaska on a dig. Wow. She has a lab coat. She worked in a museum scanning fossils for microscopic life. And
that's incredible.
That's incredible. King Kong got her into dinosaurs, and she loves dinosaurs and sea life, and that's it. And it is hilarious to watch a Jurassic Park film with her.
Yeah, what's her take? I mean, I'm sure she's just like, this is ridiculous.
Yes, that's her take. The Velociraptor, they weren't that big. That's not how their jaw worked. Their jaw was designed to drink water.
And none of them were actually Jurassic-era dinosaurs, or almost none of them as well.
Yeah. She's actually...
That's funny.
She gets comically livid. But yeah, it's I became a writer because I wanted to be Peter, I wanted to be Peter Cushing. I wanted to be Van Helsing. Or like when we would play Dark Shadows, I was Willie Loomis. I was the helper. I always wanted to be the weird sidekick because I had 4 older brothers. Being a sidekick was my position in life. I was just, that's how I took, my wife still says it, like, you're still the world's little brother. When we played Star Trek, I was Scotty. I was never Kirk or Spock. I was always, when we played Wild West, I was always Artemis Gordon. I was never Jim West. We played Dark Shadows, I was Willie Loomis. I was always like the sidekick. And I wanted to be Renfield, Fritz, Willie Loomis, Van Helsing. That's what I wanted to be. And I thought, like, well, I'll become a writer and I'll write the movie, and then I can just I can write the part that I want to play. Like, becoming an actor was the most backwards way of becoming a writer I could imagine. But that's how I got into what I do. Everybody in the book, Making Monsters, followed their passion, and their passion gave them the life that they have.
Yeah.
My guess is one thing that the 3 of us don't have in common with a lot of people is that we can't wait to go to work.
That is true.
Marshall, how did you always want to be a writer? What was your journey in that regard?
I decided when I was 16 that I wanted to be a film critic because nothing seemed better to me than actually sitting and watching movies for a living. And I was all super opinionated, and I like writing, and it just seemed like, it was, I knew movies, I understood, or at least I thought I did, to an extent. I understood movies, and it seemed like those are all the skills and interests that I had. And in the Venn diagram of skills and interests, that right in the middle there was film critic. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to be a film critic. And when I was 18, I just wrote to every newspaper and magazine in London and said, I've been reading your magazine, newspaper, whatever, for years. It's my favorite. And, I would love, it's like literally, I didn't know. I just made it up. I just wrote this letter to everyone, and just this little listings magazine called What's On in London. The editor, he just fired someone, and he couldn't be bothered to put an advert in. He said, "All right, come on," and he hired me to be the classical music editor. And my first gig was reviewing operas, and I like classical music, but I know nothing about it. I mean,
I know zero.
I'm a movie music guy. I could talk a bit about, Jerry Goldsmith or John Williams, but he's like, I said, yeah, okay, fine, I can do it. I mean, you've got to say yes. Somebody offers you a chance at 18 to be a paid professional journalist. Well, paid, just about, and professional, not really. But so I used to go to the opera houses, the English National Opera, the Royal Opera House, be bored shitless watching these fat old men pretending to be 18-year-old, kind of womanizers, and just standing still. There was like, I just used to find the productions deathly dull. I like the music, but I would go to, during the intervals, I would grab a drink and I would just go and eavesdrop on what people were saying, and I would write it down, and that was 100% my reviews, because I didn't even.
That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know, was how did you know if it was good or bad?
No, I had no idea. The first opera I went to see, in my review, I said, this is the best opera I've ever seen. So, I mean, it had the virtue of being true. After I'd been doing that a while, my editor's like, Marshall, why don't you start I was like, can I review films? Can I have a VHS review? Because you don't do things coming out on video, so can I do that? And they let me do that. And then I added a comics column and just whatever I could do to get out into the nerdy arts. And that's, I think, what I've always done all my life, is be a sort of professional appreciator. And
that's well put.
That's basically it's my job, I think, to share my enthusiasm for things. And there are films that we know and we love and we know really well, and we love them and we know them inside out. But you can go on the street and you can ask 10 people if they've even heard of that film, and most of them will say no. These films that are incredibly important to us, but are largely still unknown. It's amazing. I'm shocked and horrified, but contain it whenever I meet somebody who's like got no idea about the kind of films that actually are my whole world. And so if I can books like Making Monsters, and if I can just like keep these things alive and encourage people to see them, because there's a lot more that's come out than in the last 2 years. And if you're prepared to actually go and see a black and white movie, then it pays dividends. But people need a little bit of a push. People need convincing. So I've sort of moved from being a film critic, because now I know some people in the industry and stuff, and it's just you realize how hard it is to make films, and it becomes less fun to kind of rip apart a movie.
Absolutely, when it's like, hey man, you got a movie made. God bless you.
So now I've kind of gone into the. I'm 56, so I'm a film historian, because basically that's another way of saying virtually unemployed. It's like I was a film critic, which meant I was massively on the fringes, and now I'm a film historian. But I don't call myself that. I call myself a word monkey, because I think it keeps me honest.
Yeah, when people ask me what I do, I'm in the carnival. I'm in the carnival. Yeah. But it is true, and there are those movies that you see that they just make you happy. I was in New Orleans this weekend at a con, and then I went out, I had a long day, and then I went out to dinner with Daren Docterman and Mark Altman, and we talked about Star Trek: The Motion Picture for 2 hours, and it was nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's a great quote in the book by Sylvie Knight. And Sylvie says that horror movies never scared me, but I was drawn to them like Richard Dreyfuss was drawn to Devil's Tower in Close Encounters. I could say that of myself, that horror movies never scared me.
Mhm.
The one movie that scared me as a kid that I lost sleep over was the TV movie Helter Skelter, because I knew it was real. And that was the difference. Like, no, that really happened. Those people. And I've never felt like I do a lot of jokes about Manson, and he's a great pop cultural figure, but I never thought he was cool. Like when I was in my 20s going to punk clubs, I would see guys in Manson shirts. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
like he's not cool. There's nothing cool about that. But were there any movies when you were a kid that scared you?
Yeah, I mean,
Howard Berger for 50 points.
I mean, I feel the same. There were films when I was really young that just images freaked me out. But I remember seeing Sun Classics presents, In Search of Bigfoot, and that film scared the shit out of me. And there's one scene in the film where the guy's in an outhouse and that Bigfoot arm comes through to grab him. So that scared the shit out of me. And
was it your father that said Bigfoot was real?
No, he didn't say that. So,
there's somebody in the book that tells that story about they were talking about Bigfoot, and the father was, Bigfoot's real.
Listen, that's always there's massive discussion about Bigfoot.
It was probably Bob Goldthwait's dad.
Bigfoot's real, But the way our house was when I was a kid, the bathroom off my room had a window and all, and I was terrified to go in there at night. I was so scared because I was sure in my mind that Bigfoot arm was going to come through every single night and try to grab me. Another movie that really freaked me out was the original Black Christmas, with Olivia Hussey. And we had an attic, and I was sure the guy was up there with dead bodies wrapped up in plastic, and I would go around the entire house so I didn't have to go down the hallway and go underneath that thing. But that's also your crazy imagination. I think that's the thing too.
Yeah,
we have overly reactive imaginations, and we're also, I think all of us have, learning disabilities and a little bit, on the spectrum to some degree, and but that's what makes it great. I think if you're normal, that's so fucking boring. It's beyond words. But I think everybody, and I realize, especially writing these two books, that all the people I got to talk to are similar to me, and especially the learning disabilities, which I thought was really interesting. And that's also why the books are formatted purposefully by Marshall and myself to be easy reading for people that have like dyslexia or have reading disabilities. Because I love reading, but I have a hard time. I have severe dyslexia. And I have a hard time reading certain things. That's why it's broken up, with visuals and then text.
Yes, it's a really pleasant,
and that's
easy
all
read.
Intentional. I mean, Marshall and I spent so much time every morning.
It's basically an oral history. It's basically an oral history,
and it was really important to us that and people have said that, like, this was such an easy book for me to read. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And again, we did it purposefully. Our editors were like, what are you guys talking about? It's got to be like this and this. I'm like, I can't read the fucking book, so we're not going to do it. It's got to be this, and you can't change the font, and you can't do. And I'm really proud of. That's like something I'm super proud of. That people are picking up the book that usually are not readers because they have their disabilities.
People have told me, more than one person has come up and told me that our last book, Masters of Makeup Effects, was the only book they've ever read. You know,
I mean, they're complete idiots outside of that, but yes. Yeah.
Salem's Lot. I saw that first time. What was that like? 79?
79.
So I was like 10 years old. Watched the first part when, and he's tapping at the window. And then it was like, it was the second part was the following night, and I didn't watch it. I was that afraid because that was absolutely my idea of a nightmare, which is like it's dark outside and something is tapping at the window, and it's just that thin bit of glass that is keeping you safe, and it's really just an illusion that they can come in. I mean, I know the vampires need,
No, I know. My brother, my older brother, went to see House of Dark Shadows when it came out, and he, we were a Catholic family, and there's a lot of crosses over a lot of Christian art in the house. He slept in the bed that had a cross over it intentionally. He goes, if this cross was over the bed, I couldn't sleep tonight.
That would spook me out, though.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of dead Jesus in the house, but yeah, no, it was. I didn't see it. I was I was 6 in 1971, but he went to see it. He was 11, and it scared the piss out of him. I remember seeing the TV movie The Night Stalker with Darren McGavin, and when the vampire he's hiding in the closet, and the vampire opened the closet. That really, because I had a closet like that in my room.
I remember after I saw Omen 2, after I saw Damien Omen 2, I was so freaked out by it that I slept with a hammer under my pillow. I don't know why. Sure. I just felt safer, like in case the devil or that bloody crow came through the window, then I have something to hurl at it.
Is it Damien Omen 3 where he becomes the president?
That's what Sam Neill one.
Imagine how we feel now, Marshall.
I know it's like. I hope you've saved all. No, you can't say you hope you saved all the knives, can you? Because
I'll say it.
But yeah, you think that the Antichrist could never rise to become president? That's a whole other.
Yeah, go figure. Little did we know.
There was this Hammer House of Horror. They did a TV show where it was just like little mini movies, and there was one called Charlie Boy, which was about a voodoo doll. And it was sort of a rip-off of The Omen, in that there's this picture and everybody, I think, in the picture dies one at a time or something like that. And it's just, but it freaked me out. And for like, a year, it would just prey on my mind. I'd go to sleep and it would just be there. And it's like, I don't know if getting more and more into monsters helped me, handle that. I know it's harder to get frightened now, which is sort of a shame.
Yeah. That's the thing. And I feel like I misspoke, because talking to you, I'm thinking of things when I was a kid that scared me. Like I definitely was scared by things when I was a kid. It's harder to scare me now.
Yeah.
Like my wife loves The Shining, and I'm like, yeah, Shining is a great movie. It doesn't scare me at all. There's nothing in The Shining that scares me. I find it with Stanley Kubrick, I really like watching it, but I don't find it scary.
It's not scary.
Trilogy of Terror scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Probably because my brother threw a G.I. Joe at me after the movie when I wasn't looking. But that was really scary.
It is. That's scary. It is. And same as, Dan Curtis, same as Dark Shadows.
Dark Shadows and The Night Stalker.
And you're right. That first episode of The Night Stalker is very scary. The Vegas vampire.
The thing that was, in 1975, the thing in Jaws that everybody was talking about to see, like, you have to see it, was not even the shark. It was the fisherman's head. It was Ben Gardner's head. Ben Gardner's head, which was like an afterthought.
In Spielberg's pool or something, wasn't it? Somebody's showing.
It was Vera Field's pool, the editor.
That's right. Yeah. And even when you know it's coming, it still makes you jump.
Yeah, I know. I would anticipate it. Every time I went to see Jaws, I'd always cover my eyes because I knew that was coming, and it's so scary. And there's also that great music sting that John Williams put in there, and that just makes it that much worse. And there's a scream and the bubbles, and
I remember my friend describing it to me. And he's like, and his eyes hanging out. And I was like, yeah, right. And then I went to sit and I was like, nope, that's exactly what it was.
Cool. That's a great image. It's awesome. It's a great image.
There's also a really great jump scare in American Werewolf in London when he's having that dream sequence and he's in the hospital bed in the forest, in the woods. Yeah. And then that shot of that face. And I remember when the first time I saw that movie was on video at home, and I watched it by myself, and I jumped out of my skin. And then my best friend at the time, Michael Kaufman, I said, you got to come around and watch this movie. And he was really easily frightened. Like, once I gave him a tarot reading and told him that he was going to die, and my mum made me tell him that I made it all up. So I said,
well, you were right.
No, and then he died. No, actually, he's still alive. But I told him, no, I'm not disappointed.
But he is going to die.
He's still alive.
You didn't tell him a lie.
So it's like I said to him, I will tell you. He said, look, that bit sounds really scary. Tell me when, it's the forest and I'll close my eyes and I won't see it. So I said, okay, absolutely. And so it's like, there was no way I was actually going to tell him. When we got close to that scene and he's running through the forest, I actually closed my eyes but he couldn't see me. And then I just listened to him screamed and hit me. It was totally worth it.
When it came out, I was a junior in high school. I went to see it the night before my SATs. It's really scary and it's really funny at the same time in a way that's great.
Yeah, great. That was a great summer because you had The Howling and American Werewolf out at the same time. And it's like I've said it a couple times, but I always found it depended which film you saw first, you liked better. So a lot of people who saw The Howling first liked that better than American Werewolf, and then vice versa. I dreamt of meeting these people, and now I'm friends with them, or like Rick Baker. I've known Rick Baker since I was 12 years old, and I still get nervous. I'll go to his house and have lunch, and I'm sweating the whole way there because it's Rick Baker. He's like a god to me,
Oh yeah, on all of our interviews, Howard is this guy who you see how is completely genuine, and this is who he is. The only person that he's different with a little bit is Rick Baker. Because more than above anyone else, there's just something about Rick Baker that is almost like it's a worship that's so deep inside, and a respect.
I love Rick Baker, so
I totally get it. Whenever I'm if I'm with Rick or Joe or John, and they just say "Hey," in a way that they know me as a person in their social world that they would say hello to. It's never lost. I'm like, that's insane.
True. But that's one of the great things about being in the industry, like you said. You get to meet your idols and your heroes, and they're all super cool. All super cool.
They're all great people. And then you find out that people like Tom Hanks had the same feeling meeting Ray Harryhausen or whoever.
It's incredible, and it's great, and that's to me one of the giant perks of being in the industry and being such a monster fanatic and a monster kid is, you get to meet everybody you always loved. I got to meet Christopher Lee, and I did a film with him, and he was the coolest guy, and there was nothing like day two. We're sitting in the hotel in Luxembourg. And he comes over and goes, "May I join you for breakfast?" And I'm like, "Holy mother of God, are you kidding?"
I was like, "Here you go."
Yeah, eat up. Yeah, I should have done that, Marshall. Darn it! If you were only there. But it's cool. I've never.
That's surreal. It's surreal. It's surreal.
I've been watching him my entire life, and here he is, and willing to talk to you and answer questions and feed your craziness.
For a guy for whom Planet of the Apes was so important, I interviewed Lou Wagner for the podcast, and he came to my house.
Yeah.
And I was like, a cast member of this movie is in my house.
It's super cool.
This is insanity.
I went to elementary school with Buck Cartalian's son, Jason. And Buck Cartalian is the sleeveless gorilla.
He's Julius.
With the fire hose.
No relation.
But it was incredible. Julius. And I was like, and every time I saw him, I was like, "Oh my God, that's Buck Cartalian." He was a superstar to me. But nobody knew. I'm like, "No, you don't understand. He's the sleeveless gorilla." And
no, I totally get it.
It was so cool. So cool. So enamored with him. He was in Planet of the Apes. He was on set. John Chambers did his makeup. And that, that's what, to me, that's incredible. Totally incredible.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's like you were actually there. That's crazy to me.
I love it.
When does the book come out? When can people buy the book?
Marshall?
So September the 11th in the UK and I suppose Europe, and the 16th in the US. It's available to pre-order now. We kind of built our own website called makingmonsters.org because that's...
Where should people go to get the book online if they don't want to give any money to a guy that has enough money already?
It's at Barnes and Noble. It'll be at every single bookstore. This is what's nice about the book. It's a real book. It's not a self-published book. It's not like two Jabonjis
Yes.
did. Oh, we'll just do it through Amazon printing or whatever.
Right.
It's a real book.
Yeah.
It can be purchased anywhere. And also, we're going to have 2 signings, starting off with 2 signings in LA, so you can buy the books there. We're going to do the first one at the Academy Museum on October 25th. So you can get your book at the Academy Museum in Los Angeles, and we'll be there to sign. And then the next day we'll be at Dark Delicacy Presents with our buddy Del. And
I was going to say,
yeah,
where's
that's
that
going to be at a comic store called the Green or the Emerald Knight.
Emerald Knights. That's his son's comic store.
Yeah.
So
we'll be doing it there.
makingmonsters.org.
Mm-hmm.
Terrific.
It's the Dana Gould Hour.
Whoever is bitten by a werewolf and lives becomes a werewolf himself.
Oh, don't hand me that. You're just wasting your time.
The wolf bit you, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. You wouldn't want to run away with a murderer, would you?
Oh, Larry, you're not. You know you're not.
I killed Bela. I killed Richardson. If I stay here any longer, you can't tell who'll be next.
They're true tales from Weirdsville. Tales from Weirdsville. And they're true.
Can your heart stand the shocking facts?
On February 14th, 1931, Valentine's Day, Universal Studios released Dracula, starring Bela Lugosi. It was a smash hit, and the studio quickly put another classic of horror literature, Frankenstein, into production. And thus began the golden age of horror films. What we now call the Universal Classics: Dracula, Frankenstein, The Invisible Man, and all their pals. Now, other studios tried to create their own versions of Universal's horror shop. Paramount Pictures released Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. An independent producer named Ed Halperin made White Zombie with Bela Lugosi. And of course, RKO had King Kong. But the 1930s belonged to Universal Studios. The Universal horror juggernaut continued up through Dracula's Daughter in 1936. And then Carl Laemmle, Universal's founder, lost control of the studio, and the new studio boss, a guy named Charles Rogers, put a stake through the monster cycle's heart. Citing his personal tastes, the Motion Picture Production Code, which went into effect in 1934 and made killing people on screen less fun, and the fact that the films were losing appeal in foreign markets, particularly in Europe, because of anxiety over the impending war. Or so thought Charles Rogers. Frankenstein and Dracula were put on ice, and in their place, an apple-cheeked, all-American teenage singer from Canada named Deanna Durbin, sort of a teen version of Shirley Temple, became the face of Universal Studios, churning out family-friendly musical comedies like Three Smart Girls, His Butler's Sister, and Three Smart Girls Grow Up. Hard to believe these came from the same studio that made The Bride of Frankenstein just a couple years earlier.
You make man like me? No. Woman. Friend for you. Woman. Friend. Yes. I want friend like me.
This went on up until 1938, when a company called Real Art re-released 3 horror films together, advertised as a day-long monster movie marathon at one theater in Los Angeles. Universal's Dracula, Frankenstein, and RKO's Son of Kong. To everyone's astonishment, The bill was a smash success, with lines snaking around the block. Frankenstein and Dracula were unceremoniously hauled out of retirement. Deanna Durbin was sent home or off to college or whatever happened to her. And the second phase of Universal's horror cycle started, beginning with 1939's Son of Frankenstein, moving on to The Invisible Woman, The Mummy's Hand, and then The Wolfman in 1941, and the second boom was on again in full. Now, by and large, the films in Universal's second wave were less stylish or inventive than their predecessors. Compare The Bride of Frankenstein to The Ghost of Frankenstein. But any critical gripes were drowned out by the ring of cash registers, and no one complained. Now this time around, the other studios were a little more adept at jumping onto Universal's bandwagon. In particular, RKO, where Val Lewton created a brilliant series of more psychologically based horror films, such as Cat People, I Walked with a Zombie, Isle of the Dead. So now, it's the end of World War II, and a massive cultural change hits the United States and the world, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers returning home to make money and babies. The atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki introduced the world to a new form of horror, and overnight, Communist Russia went from our World War II ally to our Cold War enemy. It was the dread of thermonuclear devastation that hung over everyone's head, and horror films changed their approach, creating the world that Martin Landau's Bela Lugosi finds so confounding in the movie Ed Wood.
Don't want the classic horror films anymore. Today it's all giant bugs, giant spiders, giant grasshoppers. Who would believe such nonsense?
As the 1940s became the 1950s, most especially the mid-1950s, a new economic force grabbed American culture by the throat. The post-war baby boom started to come of age and introduced the world to the teenager. Now, there have been teenagers ever since people began living to 20, but up until this point, they were just thought of as young adults or old kids. It wasn't until the baby boom began, coming of age in the 1950s, that teenagers assumed a specific identity as a cultural element and, more importantly, a target market. Thanks to the post-war economic boom, this group, more than children but not yet adults, had jobs after school, money to spend, and for the first time ever, cars to get around town in which to spend it. Now, this created what we all know now as the fabulous 50s. Elvis Presley, James Dean, Marilyn Monroe, sock hops, malt shops, and Saturday nights at the drive-in. Although Universal Studios certainly had their share of hits to fill those drive-in screens, for the first time ever, they had real competition. Some from Japan, from Great Britain, where Hammer Studios began churning out new versions of the Universal classics. These films were in bright, bombastic Technicolor, and they had none of the early 1930s just out of the talkies staginess that those early Universal films had. These are films like Horror of Dracula, Curse of Frankenstein, Curse of the Werewolf. Everybody was cursed. These films introduced running and jumping and bright red fountains of blood and cleavage. Lots and lots of cleavage. And then there was competition from right here in the good old US of A. Remember a couple 3 minutes ago when I mentioned the company that re-released Frankenstein and Dracula, Real Art? Well, Real Art had an ambitious young executive on hand named James H. Nicholson, and James H. Nicholson had an idea. In 1954, he teamed with a guy named Samuel Arkoff to form the American Releasing Corporation. But that name stunk, so they changed it to the more dynamic American International Pictures, or AIP. AIP's goal was to produce low-budget films aimed specifically at teenagers. And these films were released in pairs, intended as they were for drive-in movie-friendly double bills. AIP's research revealed an interesting set of facts that dictated their marketing approach, an approach that is still used by media companies today. A young child will watch anything an older child watches, but an older child won't watch what a younger child watches. A girl will watch anything a boy will watch, but a boy will not watch anything a girl will watch. Therefore, aim your movie at a 19-year-old boy, and you'll get everyone else by default. People still do it, and they do it because it works. That's also why our pop culture seems aimed at idiots, but that's another tale. A great example of this is 1955's The Beast with a Million Eyes. The Beast with a Million Eyes began life as a title, and that's it. James Nicholson thought it up himself. As would become AIP's process, they gave theater owners a list of potential film titles and said, pick the ones you like. The Beast with a Million Eyes won. So now, poorly paid screenwriter Tom Filler banged out a script so that poorly paid director Roger Corman could direct poorly paid actors Paul Birch and Lorna Thayer in the quickly shot, low-budget The Beast with a Million Eyes. It was then showed to the same group of theater owners that liked the original title so much, and they had a problem. What? Well, something's missing. What? The Beast with a Million Eyes? Where's The Beast with a Million Eyes? Oh, yeah, we couldn't afford it. Well, you can't have a movie called The Beast with a Million Eyes, have a poster showing a beast with a million eyes, and then not have a beast with a million eyes in the movie. Sheesh. Are you guys ever satisfied? James Nicholson and Sam Arkoff told director Roger Corman, go get The Beast with a Million Eyes. With what? We spent all the money making the movie. Gee, Roger, that sounds like your problem. Roger Corman called Forrest Ackerman, not yet the editor of Famous Monsters of Filmland, but certainly something of a gadfly in the world of science fiction and horror films. Ackerman didn't blink, immediately referring Corman to his pal, stop-motion animation superstar Ray Harryhausen. Corman met with Harryhausen, saw the price tag, and went back to Ackerman. Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. Who else you got? Ackerman then referred Corman to Jacques Fresco, who had just completed a film called Project Moonbase. Fresco was much cheaper than Harryhausen, but still way too expensive for Roger Corman, which would remain a theme in Corman's life. Ackerman finally said, Roger, how much money do you have? And Corman said, I don't know, $200? $200? Forget it. For $200 you get nothing. I can't help you. Get out. Okay, $400. $200 for materials and $200 for labor. Ackerman thought about it and referred Corman to a guy named Paul Blaisdell. Who? Paul Blaisdell. Blaisdell was an illustrator who had done some work for a science fiction anthology magazine that Ackerman edited called Spaceways. Blaisdell had a total of no experience in special effects. But if you want experience, you gotta pay for it. So for $400, Blaisdell fit the bill. Where he did have experience was in making model airplanes from scratch and building marionettes. So that's what he did. And so the film The Beast with a Million Eyes finally featured a beast with a million eyes. Or 3, because in real life, it was an 18-inch marionette built from scratch by Paul Blaisdell that had 2 eyes, and then since it didn't look too great, they superimposed another eyeball and a swirly gig over it, and they did some stuff. But Roger Corman was happy, and Paul Blaisdell got paid, and a couple weeks later, Corman called him back and set him to work again on his next movie a sci-fi film for AIP called The Day the World Ended. Now, Blaisdell must have gotten a little more money for this one because he graduated from puppets to suits. A full, head-to-toe, man in a monster suit. This was right at the time that AIP devised its strategy of releasing movies in pairs as double bills for the drive-in. The Day the World Ended would be released as the top half of a double bill with The Phantom from 10,000 Leagues. And the monster from The Day the World Ended is not half bad for what Blaisdell had to work with. It's a tale of a Cold War nuclear paranoia where 7 survivors of an atomic holocaust are holed up in a house. It's a little Night of the Living Dead-y in that regard, but I don't want to give it too much credit. Outside the house, a mutant wanders the land, played by Blaisdell and nicknamed Marty the Mutant. It began life as a pair of long underwear, to which Paul Blaisdell and his wife Jackie glued hundreds of tiny pieces of foam rubber. The head is conical, it has 3 eyes, big pointy ears and horns. The creature also had 2 weird horns growing out of its shoulders that looked like baby arms. I'll post pictures of all of these guys on the Patreon. Blaisdell's next 2 features achieved iconic status. At least iconic to people who like B-movies from the 50s. It Conquered the World may be one of AIP's most famous or infamous movies. Once again directed by Roger Corman, It Conquered the World tells the story of an alien invasion that is fought off by a young Lee Van Cleef. He's great! And the alien he fights, not so great. Imagine a teepee, or a 6-foot-tall, upside-down ice cream cone, with an angry face that plants itself in the entrance of a cave in Bronson Canyon, and you've got your alien invasion. It had arms, but they didn't really work because just before shooting, someone ran over the arms with a film cart and broke the cables. Since it couldn't really move, per se, when the alien attacked, in quotes, it would just kinda fall over on you. But imagine a teepee falling over. I know, it's hard to. The word elegant does not swim to mind. The whole thing's a tad cattywampus. The film's climax involves army soldiers attacking the 6-foot-tall upside-down space cone with bayonets. And just before shooting, Jackie Blaisdell, Paul's wife, had a weird premonition and gave Paul an army helmet off the wardrobe truck, just in case. And good thing, one of the soldiers' bayonets went right through the suit and dinged Paul's helmet. Good work, Jackie. It Conquered the World's co-feature was as clever and inventive as It Conquered the World was clumsy and ridiculous. Once again created by Paul and Jackie Blaisdell, this time directed by a guy named Edward Kahn. Roger Corman couldn't direct everything, although he certainly seems to have tried. The she-creature is actually pretty good. The idea came from a best-selling book at the time being 1956, called The Search for Bridie Murphy, that told the purportedly true story of a housewife from Pueblo, Colorado, who, under regressive hypnosis, assumed the identity of Bridie Murphy, an 18th century Irish woman. Now, there were more than a few casual connections, and under hypnosis, this 20th century housewife did know things about life in the 1700s that she otherwise probably shouldn't have known, and it caused a bit of a sensation at the time, etc., etc. Writer Jerry Zygmunt, who came up with the story, posed the question, what if a beautiful young woman was regressed under hypnosis to way, way back when she was a land-curious sea monster, like the creature from the Black Lagoon, only a chick? The monster suit, again by Blaisdell, is inventive and pretty great. Certainly better than the furious intergalactic space TP it was paired with at the drive-in. Now, although at the time AIP was also releasing films like Shake, Rattle, and Roll and Drag Strip Girl, it was the creature features that had cars lining up. In 1957, AIP hit a double whammy with Invasion of the Saucer Men and, again, aiming squarely at its audience, I Was a Teenage Werewolf. When you think of a stereotypical, tongue-in-cheek, flying saucer movie from the late 50s, you are thinking of Invasion of the Saucermen. Once again directed by Edward Kahn, Invasion of the Saucermen tells the story of, literally, little green men, portrayed by little people wearing big, veiny, ginormous heads. Although the film was written as a straight-ahead sci-fi thriller, once on set, Edward Kahn realized that it was a comedy. In an interview, Paul Blaisdell said that the film collapsed into a comedy. Invasion of the Saucermen is a lot of fun. Its influence can be seen all over movies like Tim Burton's Mars Attacks and a host of others. There are a couple of really cool effects in the movie. One of the aliens gets its eyeball gored by a bull. Another gets its hand severed, but the hand has an eyeball on it, so it goes on to have a life of its own. Hopefully, it was smart enough to use that eyeball to watch the film's co-feature, I Was a Teenage Werewolf. No Paul Blaisdell in this one, but the werewolf makeup is pretty great. A pre-Bonanza Michael Landon stars in this nifty little horror film that takes a page from The She-Creature. Landon plays a troubled teen who is hypnotized by Whit Bissell. Yes, kids, that Whit Bissell. And under hypnosis, he regresses back to a time when men first began to evolve from wolves. What? Wait a minute. Shh! The movie's on. Shot in 7 days by director Gene Fowler, the film did so well that it inspired a sequel, I Was a Teenage Frankenstein, and a very ingenious third film, How to Make a Monster. How to Make a Monster was released on a double bill with Teenage Cavemen, or as cavemen called them, old people. This was directed by Roger Corman once again and is otherwise notable for featuring a young Robert Vaughn, later the Man from U.N.C.L.E. AIP closed out the 1950s with some great titles: The Brain Eaters, A Bucket of Blood, Daddy-O, Drag Strip Riot, The Ghost of Drag Strip Hollow. I love The Amazing Colossal Man, and especially its sequel, War of the Colossal Beast, in which not only is the guy a giant, but half his skull is showing. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but it does in the movie. Interesting side note about The Ghost of Drag Strip Hollow, and yes, that is the first time in my life I have said those words in that order. It's not only that it was one of the last AIP films of the 1950s, it was also, somewhat fittingly, the last film on which Paul Blaisdell worked. His job on Ghost of Drag Strip Hollow was basically to rejigger the She-Creature suit, which he did with aplomb. Now, you might be asking, assuming you're a fan of this stuff, if Paul Blaisdell created all of these creatures and was friends with Forey Ackerman, why wasn't he constantly being mentioned in the pages of Famous Monsters magazine, the Bible of horror and sci-fi showbiz at that time? You couldn't pick up an issue without some mention or photo of Jack Pierce or Ray Harryhausen or Willis O'Brien. Where was Paul Blaisdell? Well, there actually was an article on Blaisdell in the very first issue of Famous Monsters. But he wasn't a fan of it for some reason, and went about publicly bad-mouthing the magazine. This quickly got back to the publisher, James Warren, who laid down the decree that Paul Blaisdell, as far as Warren Publications was concerned, or the pages of Famous Monsters, would remain he who shall not be named. It wasn't until the 90s that Blaisdell started to get his dues in genre publications like Starlog and Cinefex and such and such. Scarlet Street, Scary Monsters, you get it. Goodbye 50s, hello 60s. And with a new decade, Roger Corman had an idea. The double bills of the 50s were beginning to exhaust their market, and they thought, what if we, spent a little money on a movie? Not a lot, just a little. Maybe get a real movie star. Shoot in color. Give people a reason to go to the cinema instead of just firing a movie onto a drive-in screen and see who pulls up to watch it. Well, sure. But to do that, we're gonna need a good story. Wait a minute, wait. There are these things that have stories in them already. Books. That's it. They're called books. What if we used one of them? The result?
Where is he?
Dead.
Lie.
You buried her alive. I did. But she's dead now.
Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher, which kicked off what would come to be known as AIP's Poe cycle, which would take American International Pictures into the 60s in bold fashion. Like the decade itself, it's big, brash, loud, colorful, larger than life, and really weird. Vincent Price plays Roderick Usher, afflicted with acute morbidity of the senses. He dare not leave his dreaded house. Price dyed his hair white, so he would look like someone who had never been out into the sunlight. Like, in his words, an albino rat.
And I suppose this vision includes children? God willing. God willing. If you knew the nightmare you were picturing for me, sir.
Nightmare?
That's what I said. Madeline and I are like figures of fine glass. The slightest touch and we may shatter.
The AIP Edgar Allan Poe films cemented Vincent Price as a genre star. They cemented Roger Corman as something more than just a schlockmeister. And they carved out a whole new genre of film. For the next 5 years, AIP released 2 Poe films a year, usually but not always, starring Vincent Price. The Pit and The Pendulum, which followed Usher, is very much a companion piece. Both star Vincent Price. He's joined on The Pit and The Pendulum by Barbara Steele. Both films are directed by Corman, written by the great Richard Matheson, who wrote I Am Legend, was one of the writers on the original Twilight Zone. And both films have a dynamic, classical yet groovy musical score by Exotica's own Les Baxter. A note about the visuals of these films. The colors in these movies are amazing. Like the original Star Trek and the Batman TV series, the screen is filled with bright, bold splashes of primary color. Nowhere is this more prevalent than in 1964's excellent Mask of the Red Death. Again starring Vincent Price, directed by Roger Corman and written by another Twilight Zone alum, Charles Beaumont, Mask of the Red Death tells the story of Vincent Price's Prince Prospero, a Satanist who rules over a village in medieval Italy. When an old woman in the village dies of the plague, the Red Death, Prospero has the entire village burned to the ground. Back at the castle, it's debauchery a go-go. Little people, gladiator tournaments. Prince Prospero's mistress Juliana gets married to Satan himself. And I like that with all that's going on, they still believe in marriage. But there's funky doings outside the castle. For one thing, the villagers have been burned out of their homes and they have nowhere to go. And with the plague about, they kind of want to get inside. But that doesn't work for Prince Prospero, so he has them shot from the parapets with crossbows. And then they party, as one does following a crossbow massacre. In the party, Price's Prince Prospero notices a mysterious figure in a red cloak. He assumes it is an envoy of Satan. After all, he just got married here. Maybe he forgot something. So the red-cloaked figure gets the tip-top treatment there at the old party. But no, turns out it's not Satan. It is the Red Death itself. For the record, Anthrax. And now that he has been welcomed into the house, he has infected all of the guests. Prospero meets a deserved fate, as do his freaky friends. The Red Death then strolls jauntily back out into the forest with a group of other robed figures. Together, they are the 7 plagues: anthrax, tuberculosis, yellow fever, scurvy, cholera, influenza, and the bubonic plague. The film was not as financially successful as the other Poe movies, which AIP's Sam Arkoff attributed to its being too oddy-foddy, a comment to which Roger Corman replied, I think that's a legitimate statement. There was only one more Poe film left in the pipeline after Mask of the Red Death, 1964's Tomb of Ligeia, which was supposed to star a young Richard Chamberlain, but he was unavailable or dropped out, and so it stars Vincent Price in a young Richard Chamberlain wig. And it's pretty amazing. Now, running concurrently with AIP's Poe series was the Beach Party series, Beach Blanket Bingo and the like with Frankie Avalon and Annette Funicello. But both were running out of gas at the same time. As the mid-60s became the late 60s, AIP was running low on available Poe titles, and as the anti-Vietnam War protest movement gained steam, the Beach Party movies were starting to look painfully out of touch. They were, in fact, absolutely abhorrent to the growing counterculture. But Roger Corman had another trick up his sleeve. A trick that would save AIP's hide one more time, and, believe it or not, would pave the way for the film that, when released in 1969, would revolutionize Hollywood. But it all started with one little low-budget movie from AIP.
They're wild and no angels, law-defying, getting their kicks from violence and torture. The Wild Angels, starring Peter Fonda and Nancy Sinatra.
Yeah, we don't want nobody telling us what to do. We don't want nobody pushing us around. We want to be free to ride our machines without being hassled by the man. And we want to get loaded. Oh, no, preach. Not children of God, but hell's angels.
But that's another story.
It is an historic occasion whenever Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi confront each other. Their very presence weaves a spell of mystery and horror. Ready for the test, Dracula? I'm ready, Frankenstein. Then...
It was the greatest Halloween prank of all time. On October 30th, 1938, with the help of the broadcast schedule of the Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy Show, and an unintended assist from the wall-to-wall news coverage of Adolf Hitler's recent annexation of the Sudetenland, a 23-year-old kid set off a national panic.
Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
Orson Welles, then all of 23 years old, the enfant terrible of the American theater scene, had been given a radio show, The Mercury Theater on the Air, on what was then the CBS radio network. Mercury Theater on the Air was classified as a cultural program, which meant it had no sponsor, which meant it had no commercials, which was one of the key elements that allowed people to mistake the fake newscast format of the War of the Worlds broadcast as the genuine article. And there was one other very, very important element to the Mercury Theater on the Air that led to the panic. Not a lot of people listened to it. Which is not to say that not a lot of people knew who Orson Welles was. If you had a radio in the 1930s, you knew who Orson Welles was. In fact, his voice on radio was so ubiquitous that he hired an ambulance to shuttle him around New York with its sirens going, as that was the only way he could get from show to show on time. Most famously, he was the voice of The Shadow.
Captain McTeague.
What was that?
I am here, Captain McTeague. Behind you.
Say, who are you?
They call me The Shadow, Captain.
In any event, on October 30th, 1938, the Mercury Theater on the Air broadcast their version of the H.G. Wells Martian invasion classic, War of the Worlds. The book takes place in Victorian England, so Wells and his scriptwriter Howard Koch updated the story to modern day and set ground zero of the Martian invasion in the quiet, unassuming township of Grover's Mill, New Jersey. The first half of the show was presented as a series of fake news bulletins interrupting another fictional radio show.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Laboratory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth with enormous velocity.
And on it went for about 10 more minutes, with additional reports of strange cylinders landing in a farm in rural New Jersey. And then, around 10 minutes in, things got really interesting.
We take you now to Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Carl Phillips again, out at the Wilmot Farm, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's something I haven't mentioned in all this excitement, but it's becoming more distinct. Perhaps you've caught it already on your radio. Listen, please. Do you hear it? It's a curious humming sound that seems to come from inside the object. Now, we're not more than 25 feet away. Can you hear it now?
All this action was timed very specifically, and here is where popular radio ventriloquist Edgar Bergen came in, putting aside for a moment the ridiculous concept of a radio ventriloquist. I mean, the whole concept of being a ventriloquist is to not see the guy's lips move, and on radio, well, you get it. But Orson Welles knew that while his fake Martian invasion played out on CBS, over at NBC, the vast majority of the country's radio listeners were tuned into the Chase and Sanborn show, starring Edgar Bergen and his little wooden pal Charlie McCarthy. Welles also knew that right at about the 15-minute mark, the first big comedy sketch of the Chase and Sanborn show would finish, and a musical number would start, and a lot of Chase and Sanborn listeners would then start flipping around the radio dial to listen to what else was on until the comedy resumed a few minutes later. Knowing this, Welles timed his broadcast so that listeners who stumbled across the Mercury Theater on the air would find something quite interesting indeed.
Wait a minute, something's happening. A humped shape is rising out of the pit. I can make out a small beam of light against a mirror. What's that? There's a jet of flame springing from the mirror, and it leaps right at the advancing men. It strikes them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames. Now the whole field's caught up by the woods, the barns, the gas spreading everywhere. It's coming this way now, about 20 yards to my right.
And a lot of the people who just tuned in justifiably went, as they say in medical circles, cuckoo bananas. To put the story into a little historical context, it's actually somewhat understandable. In the months up to October 1938, news reports were filling America's living rooms with the rise of Nazi Germany. The annexation of a nice chunk of Czechoslovakia was agreed to in Munich, and a move history would prove historic folly, punctuated by British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain's claim that the Munich Pact would ensure peace in our time. It was wishful thinking, as people all over the world were brimming with anxiety, knowing they were being dragged down the road of yet another seemingly inevitable global military conflict. Orson Welles' invasion from Mars proved just the thing to tip over a string of psychological dominoes all across the United States. Radio stations, police departments, fire departments were all flooded with calls. CBS ordered the broadcast to interrupt with an announcement that the invasion was indeed fake.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original dramatization of The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
Of course, by that time, it was too late. The people who didn't think the invasion was fake were no longer hanging around their radios. They were out in the streets looking for the Martians. My dad, 8 years old at the time, among them. It's also interesting to note that about halfway through the broadcast, Orson Welles and company knew what was going on. The show went on, of course, with a slightly different sign-off than originally intended.
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Out of character, to assure you that the War of the Worlds has no further significance than as the holiday offering it was intended to be. The Mercury Theater's own radio version of dressing up in a sheet and jumping out of a bush and saying boo. Starting now, we couldn't soap all your windows and steal all your garden gates by tomorrow night, so we did the best next thing. We annihilated the world before your very ears and utterly destroyed the CBS. You will be relieved, I hope, to learn that we didn't mean it and that both institutions are still open for business. So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight. That grinning,
glowing, globular invader of your living room is an inhabitant of the pumpkin patch, and if your doorbell rings and nobody's there, that was no Martian. It's Halloween.
Wells thought at the time that he was finished. CBS was inundated with lawsuits and claims for damages, everything from personal injury claims to mental anguish. They were all dismissed except for one. A man in Massachusetts claimed to have spent the money he was going to spend on a new pair of shoes on a bus ticket away from the city, and Orson Welles insisted he be paid back. Lastly, 3 little things. Orson Welles did meet H.G. Wells only a couple of years afterwards, as Wells was leaving New York behind for the bright lights of Hollywood, where bigger, better, and yes, even more controversial projects awaited, as hinted at in this recording of their conversation. H.G. Wells, you will note, had the imagination of a giant, but the voice of a puppet.
Tell me about this film of yours that you've been producing. You're a producer, aren't you? You're
That's right.
Art director, you're everything.
Well, Mr. Wells,
What's the film called?
it's called Citizen Kane.
Citizen Kane, yes. Not C-A-I-N.
No, K-A-N-E, and this is, of course, the kindest and most gracious possible thing to do. Mr. Wells is making it possible for me to do what in America is spoken of as a plug. And he understands this fine old American
I
custom.
don't understand these words. Yes.
You understand the value, however. Mr. Wells wants me to tell you that I have made a motion picture, and he is kind enough to ask me a leading question concerning it.
I'm looking forward to it.
You're very kind, sir. It's a new sort of motion picture with a new method of presentation and a few new technical experiments, a few new methods of telling a picture, not only from the point of view of writing, but of showing it.
Citizen Kane would get Orson Welles into a lot more trouble than the War of the Worlds did, but that, my friends, is another podcast. And lastly, for those of you who didn't pay attention in high school, Neville Chamberlain was wrong. Germany wasn't appeased, and the result was another show called World War II. Thanks for listening.
And now, on with the show.
It was a foggy morning. Fog just breaking now. It was a nice fall. I'm talking to our guest. Let me just bring him in. When I look back at the end of my life, a la Dustin Hoffman at the opening of Little Big Man, and I'm looking back through my Dick Smith appliance at what 2025 brought me, it was I got to hang out with this dude a lot. Your new best friend, Daren Docterman.
Hi, Dana. It's I'm so delighted to be here, actually.
You and I met, and then we talked for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and we were like best friends.
Yeah, like, wait a minute. How do I not know you? This is ridiculous.
Because I had heard of you for years and years, and through various things, the Comedy Channel back in the day, and of course
my modified mullet era.
Right. And your collaboration for Sci-Fi Universe with my friend Dan Weber.
Oh, sure.
The 50 Reasons Why Return of the Jedi Sucks, which was always a favorite of mine, and
which has been blamed for kicking off the
prequels.
Yeah, well, not the prequels, but the new versions of the late 90s. But I have since learned that no,
it had nothing to do with it.
That was a divorce.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we'll get into Star Wars because I think that's on our Venn diagram. It overlaps a lot between us.
But let me introduce you to who you're an art director and a set designer par excellence.
I've done a lot of things, but mostly
you're in the world
of production
of
illustrator and visual effects artist. And
you're one of the Inglourious Trexperts.
This is true.
Which is you and Mark Altman and Ashley
Miller.
Yes. And tell me a little bit, just a little background, and then we'll get right into it.
8 years ago, Mark and I decided that, you know what?
The great Mark Altman,
publisher of Sci-Fi Universe magazine and Geek magazine and a bunch of other stuff. We decided that, you know what? We're bored. Let's do something that will take up way too much time.
Right.
And so we decided to attempt a podcast, and we had no idea what it was going to be at first. I think we had toyed with the idea of calling it Geeks of a Certain Age.
Oh, I like that.
That was mine. But no, it evolved into a Star Trek only podcast, and we vowed to keep it absolutely positive. Which,
boy, that's a tough one.
It was because, at the time there was new Star Trek product coming out that wasn't made for us, and we weren't necessarily happy about that, so we just didn't talk about it. And but.
That's actually a very good metaphor for life, though.
Yeah.
Just trying to be positive.
So we just talked about things that we love, which is, 9 times out of 10, the original Star Trek series.
Right.
And we thought that we would run out of stuff to talk about, but we've done an episode every week for the past 8 years, and we haven't run out. We've doubled up a couple times. We've repeated a few things, but it's really interesting. I mean, the reason we did the podcast was because we talk about this stuff anyway when we get together, and we just didn't have enough chances to get together. So we created this to do that.
Right.
It's been a lot of fun, and the thing is, it's opened up a whole other world of activities for us because our mutual friend, the guy who runs GalaxyCon, Mike Broder, listened to our podcast, and he became a fan of our podcast.
Oh, that's funny.
And he connected with us at one of the Las Vegas Trek conventions, and he said, "Listen, I do a bunch of shows across the country. Would you guys be interested in coming to them and doing your thing and interviewing Trek people or whatever?"
Yeah.
So for the past 3 years, we've been doing these shows back and forth and having a great time, just sort of leading that weird life. It's something that I totally didn't expect, but it's all from this stupid little podcast.
That's true, but there is something. It's I think to my probably professional detriment, I try to just do what I like and do stuff that I'm interested in. Yeah. And what I'm interested in is really niche.
Sure.
I thought it was not as niche as it was.
And getting nichier every year.
Getting nichier by the minute. No, it really is. 4 times a day, I find myself saying, Darren McGavin was an actor. But it just, I do believe that stuff does eventually pay dividends, but
if you're true to yourself, it's bound to in one way or another.
One way or another, yeah. I would be a lot better off if I was completely mercenary.
Yeah.
But you don't have that.
And if you fabricated something that was more checking off boxes for an audience.
Oh yeah. I've said this before. I mean, I'm not good enough of an actor to pull it off, but if 4 years ago, if I turned this podcast into a podium for white male grievance,
right,
I would be making a fortune right now. Well, but I would hate myself.
But it adds to your white male grievance.
Yeah.
Because of that.
But because of that, yeah. But yeah, I mean, well, it's funny because I thought I liked all the same stuff you did, but you're much more of a sci-fi guy than a monster guy.
Yeah. Yeah. There's,
but we do share a love of mid-century fandom-based business weirdos.
Oh, totally.
Like Isaac Asimov and...
Totally. and Ray Bradbury.
Yeah.
And the whole, I mean, those are the proto geeks, because they were the pioneers in geek life.
Yeah.
Because they hung out together. They loved reading comic books, reading science fiction, writing science fiction. They loved the genre.
Yeah.
And they loved movies, and they loved all these same kind of things, but there was no not only recognition of it, there was no understanding of why someone would be like this.
Yeah, that's the thing that I always have appreciated about Forey Ackerman. Being a kid that read Famous Monsters and was the only person I knew that liked this stuff as much as I did.
Right.
I mean, obviously kids like monsters and my brothers liked monsters and
Right.
stuff, but
but you appreciated them on a whole different level.
Deeper level.
Yes.
Yeah. And that the message of Famous Monsters was always, no, you're good. You're fine.
Right.
I'm an adult, and
enjoy what you enjoy.
Right. Then you find out later in life, you're a dirty bird, Forey.
Well, that's another thing. Human beings are weird and crazy, and they operate on strange drives. And the best of these can be shared as love for certain things that we grew up with, things that we aspire to.
One of the things that operates underneath that, even when we're talking about some arcane thing, like William Campbell's ex-wife had an affair with JFK and
Right.
Sam Giancana and, Judith Campbell Exner. But we're also tapping into the feeling that we had as kids watching Star Trek, which was pure bliss.
Right.
And we didn't know how difficult life was going to be. And life was uncomplicated and beautiful. And you rode your bike and that was it. And I think you get a little hit of that all the time.
Yeah.
When you go there.
Right. And, that's part of that thing, never forget the child inside, right?
Right.
Never forget how you reacted to things when you were that pure age.
Uh-huh.
And you hadn't been beaten down by whatever that life throws at you and throws at everybody. But I try to keep that in my heart every day.
Sure.
I brought one of my favorite objects from my collection. It's a genie bottle from I Dream of Jeannie that just turned 60 last.
Now, was this used?
It was not used, but
it's a replica.
It is a replica, and I worked for a company that was going to make replica genie bottles, I got
master replicas.
No, this was called icons.
I'm familiar,
and I was able to take patterns off of Barbara Eden's original bottle that she brought in.
Is that how big it was?
This is exactly how big it was.
Oh, I thought it was bigger. Funny.
No, this is exactly how it is because it was an actual available bottle at the time. It was a 1964 Jim Beam Christmas decanter.
You're kidding me.
I'm not. And it was an actual available thing, and they just bought a couple and painted them up.
Here's the weird thing.
Yeah.
One of my prized possessions, the Flying Saucer from Plan 9.
Yes.
Also commercially available Revell UFO kit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what they did. I mean, they didn't have any money to, hand make a bottle. So
they did.
No, they didn't. Not in those days.
Was that Sherwood Schwartz?
That was Sidney Sheldon.
Sidney Sheldon.
Sidney
Okay.
Sheldon. Yeah. Another SS.
Yeah. Jewish. Sidney Sheldon.
Really?
Jewish.
Of course, Sidney Sheldon later became known for writing sort of trashy romance novels.
Really?
The Giants.
Oh, yeah. Was that the same one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But
that's always amazing when people are like, my God, you can do 2 things?
What? you don't accept your pigeonhole?
Yeah. I think it was like one of the guys from Spanky and Our Gang or the Rascals also wrote like a super popular murder novel that became a movie. I can't remember.
Because the real Alfalfa was murdered.
No.
Yeah.
How?
Carl Switzer. He got involved in a bar fight, basically, and was, I believe he was stabbed.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't know if he was singing Barber of Seville at the time.
It would be interesting if the like I just see the morgue wagon.
Right.
I was like,
pulled by a dog with a circle around its eye. Petey. Oh my goodness.
The Robert Klein Our Gang bit is like,
oh yeah.
That's a form of stand-up that isn't extant anymore.
No, because no one knows what Our Gang is. Certainly not the Little
But people
Rascals.
don't do those long theatrical bits.
That's true. That's true. It's because of the internet and the short attention span,
and the evolution of the craft.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about like how you got into it. I got into it as a very young child. My brothers were into Dark Shadows, and so. And I, watched Dark Shadows, and my mother was really loved the Universal classics.
Sure.
So even as a kid, I was watching those from an early age.
Yeah.
And got into that, and
all on TV,
right. Channel 56 in Boston, and then Star Trek, everything, Planet of the Apes, all those things sort of fell along with it. And I'm talking 6, 7 years old, like very early.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah. How did you become a super? How did you become who you are, Playboy?
I think I've been looking back at things, and I think I have a series of photographs that were taken of me when my dad took me to the set of Sesame Street in New York.
Wow, what year is this?
It was 1971.
Okay,
and I think
when the world wore bell bottoms,
back when the world was new. He had, my dad worked in the advertising business all through the 60s. He was basically one of the madmen.
Yeah, he was Don Draper.
And, I don't think he was Don Draper.
He had that
job, he was one of the other goofy guys.
Sure, yeah. He was probably Joel Murray.
He wanted to be Don Draper, I think. So he got to know Bob McGrath, who was one of the human beings on Sesame Street. And,
but he was Bob.
Yeah. The name Bob lined up there.
Yeah, but no, I immediately envisioned. Yeah, Bob, sure.
But it's funny. Bob McGrath was one of the original singers on the Mitch Miller Show.
Of course he was. Perfect.
So that's a connection to the early years. But so Bob invited us to go down to a place called Reeves Teletape in downtown New York.
Love it.
And I went in, and it was really amazing. I was just over 4 by that time. And I got to see all these things that I had been watching on TV.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that my dad was afraid that I would be scared or something.
Sure, yeah.
Because that's a natural reaction to something where you're placed into a different reality, basically. But I found it absolutely fascinating because, you could see all the people working with these big TV cameras, and Big Bird was walking around without his top on.
Yeah,
it was Carol Spinney.
Did you see? Had you seen the show?
Oh, of course.
Were you traumatized by seeing?
No, I thought, oh, that's great.
Okay,
that's how that works.
You didn't just start screaming.
No. I remember one specific moment where I got to look behind Oscar the Grouch's trash can,
right?
And I saw this big hole cut in the back, and I thought, oh, well, that makes sense. That's where the puppeteer can fit in and put his hand up and operate Oscar.
It is weird that of all of the Muppets, Oscar is clearly someone with mental health issues who lives in garbage and no one offers to help. They just let him live in the garbage.
Because he's happy. He's happy being a grouch, living in shit.
That's what we tell ourselves. No, they like it. They love it under the bridge.
Look, if he wanted to change his life, he wouldn't.
Yeah, it's like my dad would take us fishing. You yank the hook out. The fish doesn't feel it. How the fuck do you know? It is so funny that your dad took, I was thinking of this. This sounds like a joke, but it's not. Your dad took you to Sesame Street.
Right.
My dad's standing offer was, do you want to go to the dump and shoot rats with a 22?
Well, you probably could have met Oscar the Grouch there too.
Yeah.
So it's they're parallel.
Yeah.
But my dad was so supportive of my interests, and he started a bunch of them. But
by the way, you saying that to me, this is what it sounds like: gleep glap, gleep glorp.
these are words that you don't understand.
What?
You have no frame of reference.
I mean, but he frequently called you a gay slur. I'm assuming.
Oh, Dana. Hopefully, hours like this will help you move through this pain.
It's paid for itself, my friend.
In this amazing recreation of Collinwood you have here.
Well, it is so funny. That would be the other version. This, where I live now, is like I Dream of Jeannie. This is where I wanted to live as a kid.
Right.
In the Brady house or I Dream of Jeannie's house. This is a mid-century.
Yeah.
And kept to that thing because to me as a kid, like this is where you want to live.
Right.
This is where like.
What if the Brady house let the kids decorate?
Yeah, that's what this is. Beaded doors. And,
yeah.
It is so funny how that for that period, 66 to 74 is, it's also where Dr. Z lives.
That's right.
It's for whatever reason, that is like where I'm stuck creatively,
but
aesthetically.
Is it stuck or is it just your comfort zone?
Yeah.
Making you remember that, again, that time in your life where all these things were being fed to you and you enjoyed every minute of it.
Yeah, enjoyed every minute of it. Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. And I see people that like, for my wife, the period that really resonates with her is like the early 90s.
Right.
She's not, she was older, but it's like that is the thing that's stuck.
And for everyone, it's different. Yeah. And that's one of the wonderful things because of our formative years. They are that for a reason.
Yeah.
It's because the input we are given creates us. And so we are a sum total of those things that influenced us.
And it's so funny because we were doing these Galaxy Cons. I just started doing this year and I was terrified my first one. I actually, because I was doing a Dr. Z show. I didn't know if anybody knew what it was. I didn't know how it was going to go. It was the first time with what I call the road rig, which is the version of the makeup that I do myself. And the night before the show, I leapt out of bed from a dead sleep with a panic attack.
Wow.
Yeah. Just drenched with sweat, just completely wigged out. And what I found so beautiful about it, especially the one and this wasn't the first one I did, but the one in Salt Lake City, Utah. Every weirdo in Utah was at this convention. And you could feel they needed to be there.
Yeah.
They needed to see each other. They needed to feel that they belonged.
Well,
and it really resonated with me.
I always think about it like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. We have a drive to join together at this appointed place, and for me, it was, I need to get to Los Angeles and somehow get in this industry that influenced me. And because no one in my high school was like me and liked the same things that I did. There were a couple little overlaps.
Yeah, no, same exact thing.
Yeah. But
did you go to a big high school or?
Not really. It's like, 300 people in my graduating class. So not
53.
Terribly. Yeah. Yeah. But that's not terribly big because, in other areas.
In Chicago?
It was suburbs. Yeah. Right next to runway 29er right of O'Hare.
Was that the name of your team?
No.
The Vectors?
It was a little place called Fenton High School in Bensonville, Illinois. And but when I went through,
your team was the unfortunately named Fentanyls.
That's hilarious. But they used to be called Bensonville High School, and it was the Bensonville Bisons. Yes, plural like that, the Bisons. Yeah. And for a while, there was a sign up on the side, and they became the Fenton Bisons. And there was a sign for a while that had the S on there until someone finally told them, it's bison.
Yeah,
it's just
there's no
bison.
such thing.
There's no bisons. It's not a real word. Anyway, but
there's the lot, which is a down on Santa Monica near La Brea.
Yeah,
it's now
used
called
to be
the Lot.
Goldwyn.
It used to be Goldwyn Studios. I used to have an office there in the Writers Building, which had the Writers Building written on the building without a possessive S. It was a grammatically incorrect sign on the Writers Building.
Well, there's more than one writer in there, isn't there?
Yeah, I guess so. But I was, I don't know.
I worked on that lot when it was Goldwyn on 7.
The movie?
Yes.
What's in the box 7?
What's in the box 7? And our art department was there, and we shot in locations all over town. But
so your first IMDb credit is The Abyss.
That's right. You know why? Because it was the first movie.
That was the first movie. How does you come from Chicago? You didn't go to Cal Arts.
Didn't go to Cal Arts.
It's like you were in the art department here in Los Angeles, but you didn't go to Cal Arts. I was a writer in The Simpsons, but I didn't go to Harvard.
Yeah.
We're both anomalies.
We're both infiltrators.
Yeah, black swans. How does one get out on the?
It's a weird story, Abyss? But when I got out of high school,
easy to work with, James Cameron.
When he's not directing, absolutely, he's a big geek.
Yeah, he is a geek. He's a total geek.
He's a total geek, and he was so much fun to hang out with. It's a long story. I'll try to compact it a little bit. When I graduated high school, I applied to 2 places, University of Illinois and USC.
Okay.
University of Illinois because my dad went there, and I figured, might as well. And USC because George Lucas went there.
Right.
And I was a huge Star Wars fan, and I knew that film school was a touchstone for so many of the people that I respected.
Absolutely,
in the industry. I got into both, and I realized, you know what? I need to just take the plunge and go out to Los Angeles and cut the cord.
Yep.
And it was the best thing I ever did. It is actually 40 years ago exactly that I came out here and went to USC for a few semesters and then ran out of money.
That's funny. What you described there was exactly how I felt when I moved to San Francisco. But I still thought I needed to cut the cord and move to Los Angeles.
Right.
But I'll move to San Francisco, which is close. But I also ran out of money. Did you not have your degree?
No.
Me neither.
No.
Yeah.
And you know what? It doesn't freaking matter.
Well, it certainly doesn't matter in my job.
Well, pretty much in anyone's job, it doesn't really matter.
That's true.
I mean, unless you're a doctor.
Yeah, a doctor or something.
But it's at SC that I started trying to get involved in everything in the film school. I never actually got into the film school either. I applied 5 times and was turned down every time.
Lord.
Because, as I found out, they don't accept any undergrads until your junior year.
Oh, okay.
Or you get in as a freshman or as a junior, not in between.
Oh, okay.
I wish someone had told me that.
Yeah, you saved
so
yourself some
I
grief.
could have given up earlier. But I got to know everybody who was in the film school, and I got to get involved in student projects, and I got a job working in.
Was that around the Pat O'Guy's era or after?
It was, I think, just around the same time. This was 85 through 87.
Scott and Larry there then?
Scott and Larry were graduate students there at the time.
Okay.
Yes. I hadn't met them because they were, bigwigs on campus. But
do you know them now?
I only on Facebook. We're Facebook friends, and we're in the same USC cinema group. So it's because of my involvement in stuff, I got a job working in the post-production building as what they called a monitor, which was a student, what's the word? Just someone who worked at the front desk who could help the students with technical stuff. You know, we had a whole room full of moviolas. These are film-based editing machines for those of you listening at home.
Is that like a chem?
A chem is a tabletop one that runs the movie rolls horizontally.
Right.
A moviola is one that is upright, and it's more like a sewing machine.
Okay.
And
hand
they're
cranks?
big. No, they're motorized.
They're
You plug
motorized.
them in. But they're like big sewing machines,
right?
And they're all painted green. This hammered metal green.
Yep.
I have one.
Okay.
I have one now that I got from a friend who got it from USC. But I got involved in there, and soon I became a reliable helper on all these graduate and undergraduate productions, because I learned all the machines. I learned. I took an editing class, and I really got involved in that sort of the more technical side of things. That has since been completely irrelevant. To everything. But I was one of the first people to get certified on the Edit Droid, which was Lucasfilm's nonlinear editing machine that later became
The Avid?
The Avid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But it was
Edit Droid.
The Edit Droid. It was all Laserdisc based. And you had all the dailies on Laserdisc, and you could shuffle through it and, clip this section out, align this with another one, and it would have like 3 or 4 different Laserdisc machines, and it could bop back and forth between them.
Yeah, I think Scott and Larry wrote Ed Wood on an early prototype computer-based script thing.
Right.
It took one script took 4 hard drives.
Right. No, it's crazy. It's crazy. I was there right as the technology was making its big quantum shift.
Right. First of several.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I at one of the classes, it was called Art and Industry of the Cinematic Film, something like that. Every semester, they would do one movie that had come out that semester. And they would bring in all the department heads from the movie to talk about what they do.
Right.
And in that class, we were doing Back to the Future because it had just came out.
Right. Yeah.
And we got to meet all these people. And one of the people in that class that I was attending was a guy named Van Ling, who was just about to graduate. And
Van Ling?
Van Ling. And
Chinese gentleman.
Yes. And he and I bonded in one week when we had Alan Silvestri in talking about his score for Back to the Future, and they had turned off they had run a print of the last reel without the music, and it turns out Van and I started humming along with it because we had seen the movie several times. And,
oh, funny!
And we knew it, and so we immediately bonded and said, "Okay, well here's a fellow journeyman on the way." And as it turns out, Van was about to build a Halloween costume for himself of a power loader from Alien.
Sure.
This is about a year later when Aliens had come out. And he built it all out of cardboard and foam core and all these things and electric motors that move the claws and everything. And
I'm with you.
and it was really amazing. And he brought it to a Halloween party that friends of mine and I were at. And we said, "Oh my God, this is amazing." And the next day he goes over to 20th Century Fox and meets Gail Ann Hurd and she comes out and looks at this thing and says, "Oh my gosh, this is something that Jim needs to see." And
he just brought it there to show her? Or
he just brought it there because, he said, I guess this is sort of a calling card or a resume piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just think you should see it. And not only did they love it, they gave him Sigourney Weaver's outfit that she wore. So he went to a Halloween contest and he won first prize.
Sure.
And it paid for making the suit. So Jim Cameron wasn't in town at that time, but about a week later, Cameron called his house and said, "My wife tells me of this power loader suit you have that is of note.
Of note.
I'd love to see it." And so Jim wound up going down to the South Bay and seeing it at Van's parents' house.
Amazing.
And Van was offered a job as Jim's research assistant. And the first thing that he was assigned to do was the miniature, the 1/6 scale miniature of the power loader from Aliens was destroyed during shooting. They dropped it out of the airlock and it crashed right through the tarp that they had put out and it shattered on the ground.
Oof.
Van was tasked with restoring it.
Okay.
And luckily I was the first person that he said, "Hey, can you help me out with this?" I said, "Sure." And so him mostly, but I painted the damn thing. But he and I restored this thing and returned it to Cameron, and we put it on a platform and connected all the cables so you could operate it with levers on the side of the stand. And he loved it. We were all later brought in to restore the full size one for a visual effects display that was at the Museum of Science and Industry across the street from USC, which is now the Lucas Museum.
Right. Is it the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art, or is that a different museum?
I think that's the narrative art.
It looks like the giant Jupiter 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the movie Jupiter 2.
Yeah, it looks, yes, yeah, or two Jupiter 2s kissing.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah.
You see when a Jupiter 2 loves another Jupiter 2 very much.
Make a Jupiter 4.
And so I became one of Van's troupe.
Or as Guy Williams would say, Jupiter 2. Sorry.
Maureen, we're going to try the Jupiter 2 and we're going to try and take it out of here right now. And so I became one of Van's helpers. And so when Van started working secretly on this project, doing research for Jim called The Abyss, that I knew nothing about, and Van was very secretive about it, there came a time where they had a small little office at Fox in LA, and they had a little art department going. And they needed someone to come in and help build study models of the sets that they were trying to figure out how to build and fit in these locations that they were figuring out. And so I said, I raised my hand. I said, I can do this, even though I'd never built study models of anything before. Right. But I built models as a kid. How different could it be? And so I got a job working for the art department, building study models. It was supposed to be like a month gig. The moment I showed up in the office, here's Ron Cobb sitting there working on drawing the deep core and drawing all these amazing things, an amazing group of artists in the art department that I had only heard of before,
Yeah.
And so I went in there, I said, holy cow, if I can.
Now, did Ron Cobb work on Alien?
Ron Cobb designed Alien.
Right.
All the Earth hardware for Alien.
Right.
He was
the original, not
the original.
Jim's, right.
Yeah. And Jim's. He worked on Jim's as well.
He goes back to Ridley Scott.
But of course, Ron Cobb also production designed Conan the Barbarian.
Right.
And he was an amazing illustrator and idea person. And he was the sweetest person alive. He took me under his wing and he showed me the stuff he was doing. And I tried to, learn at the feet of the master.
Sure. Yeah. 100%.
And Les Dilley, who was the production designer, had art directed all these movies that I loved as a kid: Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Superman, Alien. And so I tried to impress him and tried to get him to see how much wonderfulness I could offer.
Right.
I said, listen, I would love to keep working on this project because I know you guys are going to South Carolina to this abandoned nuclear power plant to shoot.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? And so I talked to the UPM, a guy named Paul Tivers, who said, listen, I can't officially offer you a job because we mostly hire, local for this job. But I'll tell you this, if you can find a way to get out there,
right,
and if you can be there on this date,
right,
I think we can offer you a job.
Right.
He wasn't saying how he would,
Right.
if he would offer any housing or per diem or any of that
Mhm.
stuff. So I went out there with
per diem.
Yeah. What the hell was that?
Yeah.
That used to be great. I went out there with the
Also
guy
known as free money.
Free money. Yeah. Yeah. Every day. Free money. I went out there with a guy named Ken who was trying to be the office PA. And so we drove out there in his car.
Yeah.
And I was able to make it there on the correct day. I reported to the production office, and he said, "Oh, that's great. You know, this was a test."
Oh, great!
To
see if you were hungry.
Yeah. We'll rent you a house. 5 of you in,
Right,
in
yeah.
the same house, and here's your job. You get a $100 bump from what you were getting in LA, and no per diem. But
Sure.
It was great. So I
Crappy.
became the assistant to the art department on The Abyss. Jim knew me because I had done some work for him, entering his Rolodex into his new Mac computer.
Amazing.
And I was working at his house just down Mulholland here.
Oh, really?
And it was pretty great because I had just been thrust into the middle of this thing that I had no conception of.
Yeah.
But I was fairly bright, and I could pick up things that were taught to me. And I learned all about how to be to make blueprints and do drafting and all sorts of things that you do in the art department. I did some illustrations and all sorts of things. When everyone else was laid off, I was the last guy standing.
Right.
So I got to do a whole bunch of things near the end. But it was really an amazing, maybe 14 months total.
Mhm.
But it was my first gig. And from there, I was able to, glom on to Les Dilley, the production designer, and work on his next 4 shows and just sort of expand my network from there, as you
Right.
do.
What's interesting too is The Abyss didn't do well when it first
It
came
did
out.
horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tanked.
But no pun intended. But since then,
it has become a classic.
Yeah.
And revered for its boldness.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah.
These movies are just ahead of their
Well,
time.
Blade
where-
Runner
is the ultimate example. Yeah,
it was a bomb.
Well, the two, Blade Runner and John Carpenter's The Thing, both released on the same day,
right?
And both tanked, because of E.T.,
right?
Which, well, not Blade Runner, but certainly The Thing. And of the 3, I find E.T. the most dated of those 3 movies.
Well, it does have a place in its time.
Of course. Oh, of its time. Sure. Yeah.
And I think that's what makes it dated now. But I'm a unapologetic E.T. lover. I mean, that's not a physical thing. That's just I enjoy
we don't
the
judge
movie.
here. We don't
Yes,
judge.
You do.
Ouch.
Show me on the doll where E.T. touched you.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, but yeah, and The Abyss is, it's lauded now. It has a great new 4K release that looks gorgeous, way better than it did in the theater, for some reason.
Yeah, it's funny how because we have similar ways into our respective disciplines,
trajectory.
I have no technical skill at all.
Right.
And it's funny because when you were talking about aliens and you were talking about like the loader, and I immediately went to, how did he look at Alien and think, what if that was an action movie?
Right.
Like it was like, I love
No, it's the most brilliant.
I love the idea, but I love
the brilliant twist on genre.
Yeah. I love the idea. I love finding the idea.
It's the way the brain processes connections.
Yeah.
And how how you can take two seemingly disparate things and find a middle ground to connect them with.
Yeah. Good ideas, but I can't fabricate them. Even my Aurora kits are kind of Like I'm just not I'm just not that. I'm all thumbs.
No, it's the same for me because I obviously I have strengths in some areas and weaknesses in others, and I have never been able to sit down and write something from scratch. Never. Yeah. I just can't. I can't access that part of my brain because it just seems so different than my personality and my skill set.
I remember the very first time I was given a Simpsons script assignment and there's Act 1 or cold open is how it starts, and it's just like nothing.
Right.
No, and it's just like, it's the worst feeling on earth. And that first joke has to be a boffo to get you going. And you just have to start and go back.
Right.
You just have to, Rod Serling said, coming up with an idea is the easiest thing in the world, writing it down is the hardest. Right. And it's really true. You just have to.
Yeah. And my dad always reminded me, writing is rewriting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was a great writer. And I never got any of that.
Did he come up with any popular slogans? Like choosy moms, choose Jif?
No, he did not. He was more of a production coordinator. So he wasn't involved in the creative aspects as much as he'd wanted to be.
Uh-huh.
But he certainly had a lot of creative impulses, and he drew, and he loved comic books when he was a kid. He says, "Oh yeah, I had the first Batman and the first Superman. My mom threw them away."
Oh God.
Yeah.
How many people have that story?
Everybody.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, so there's a story that Phil Tippett, stop motion animator, he is getting ready to work on Jurassic Park.
Right.
And then they show him a computer test of computer animation.
Right.
And he says, I'm extinct.
Yeah.
And there's another story. I think this is the way it went. Rick Baker created a bunch of aliens for, I believe it was Men in Black 3.
Yep.
Sent them to New York. And they never took him out of the box. And he's like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
Did you ever have that? Is there an art department set designer version of that?
There is. I was working on Addams Family Values.
Which is a good movie.
Which is a fun movie.
It's better than the first one.
Yeah, yeah. I came up with a bunch of gags for Thing to do on that. And I was working with my friend Alan Monroe, who was the visual effects supervisor. And one day, I had done this sequence of Morticia and Gomez flying remote control biplanes in their living room. It's it's a battle of wits and flying skill and a love story all at the same time.
Right.
And this was a fun sequence, and of course it was too expensive to finally do. But
same director as Men in Black 3.
Same director as Men in Black 3, the great Barry Sonnenfeld. So I had made a really great sequence, storyboarded the whole thing, and one day we get we get a note saying, "Oh, Paramount Digital has taken your sequence and we've made an animatic of it." Oh, oh, really?
Really?
And so we went up into the top floor of one of the little buildings on the back lot there. And there's these guys on computers, and they had taken and scanned my storyboards and cut them out and made, motion animatics of it. And they put music to it and everything. I said, well, that's interesting. It would have been nice to have, at least been asked. Because I might have had some different ideas that might have helped make it more exciting for a moving thing.
Right.
But I realized that, okay, well, these are the guys with the computer skills that are going to take all my jobs.
Yep.
It was pretty much at that point that I decided, well, I need to find a way to get more savvy with this kind of stuff. And so I started learning about 3D model building, animation, things like that. And
Can you write code?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't think you need to write.
I'm a human being. I refuse to write code.
Yeah.
Let the computer talk to me. But I started learning a animation program called Lightwave, which was used on Babylon 5, and I had a couple friends who were doing that, and they helped me out. And of course, the first thing I do is build a model of the USS Enterprise,
right,
from Star Trek: The Motion Picture, because that was my favorite iteration of that. And I think
so you went with the
movie one.
the redesigned,
correct,
which was, don't tell me, who did the painting that Bob Burns has?
Well, that's Mike Miner.
Mike Miner. Did he do the redesign?
He didn't do the redesign.
Okay.
Several people did the redesign.
Because it was from Phase 2 originally.
It was from Phase 2.
Right.
Matt Jeffries did the Phase 2 rework with the swept back pylons
Nacelles,
and the squarer nacelles. And from there,
I can hear more women listening to the podcast.
That's
now.
right. Yeah. No, because women love Star
they're
Trek
logging on as we speak.
As they call it, the Star Trek Enterprise.
The Star Trek Enterprise.
Richard Taylor from Abel and Associates, who basically art directed the great 70s 7-Up commercials and all that. He did a bunch of designs for the Enterprise, along with an artist named Andy Probert.
Right, sure. I've heard of those names.
Who later designed the D for the Starship Enterprise D, just to be clear.
For a next gen.
For the next gen. And they, in my opinion, did such a wonderful rework of the original series Enterprise, made it look even more beautiful and more real.
It's certainly more liquid. It's like it's a little sleeker.
It's flowing,
and
it looks like a real ship.
Yeah, but there's just something about that original.
Oh, the original, the proportions of the original are absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
If you put up the proportional swirl, I forget what it's called. It's like the rule of thirds. It's my mind is going, Dave. I can feel it. It lines up perfectly with the proportions of the engines to the secondary hull to the dish.
Yeah. And in the way that like your foot is the same length as your head.
Yeah. Exactly. It's the Vitruvian starship. It looks beautiful from so many different angles.
Yeah.
And that's what makes the Enterprise from the TV show so wonderful. And the great thing is that they kept those proportions for the movie, just made them a little
sleeker,
sweeter.
Yeah.
But so I built this version of the Enterprise in 3D. And it was around this time in the early late 90s that the idea for revisiting Star Trek: The Motion Picture with Robert Wise came up. And I was able to take this model and show ideas for how we were going to help him finish the movie.
Right. So tell a little bit, because that's the thing that I really wanted to get to. Famously, Star Trek: The Motion Picture was not finished.
It was not finished
when it was finished,
Yeah.
because they had locked into a December 7th, 1979 release date.
And otherwise, the the exhibitors were going to sue the studio.
Right.
And so they were required to turn in something.
Right.
And
it was not.
Charlie Bluedorn famously said, there will be something called Star Trek: The Motion Picture in theaters on December 7th. It doesn't matter what it is. Fill it in with blank leader.
Right.
I don't care.
Right. Bluedorn. And that's, you know why? He loved the mountain.
He loved the mountain. The kid stays in the picture.
So yeah, you're a Star Trek fan, and then they're going to redo Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which, as you said, it was not finished.
It was not finished. And, you know, my cohorts on that, Dave Fine and Mike Mattasino, had worked on various Laserdisc bonus material things throughout the years. And one of these was The Sound of Music. And they'd, Mike had worked with Robert Wise. And I said, why don't you try and approach Robert Wise and see if he'd be interested in doing a special, bonus section of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Robert Wise didn't want to talk about the movie at all.
Wow. See, I thought you were going to say he leapt at it.
No, for 18 years, he didn't talk about it because he was so upset at what the studio forced him to release.
Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Because it was basically a rough cut.
Yeah.
And there are sections of the movie that have no sound mix in it
Right.
in the theatrical version. Wow. And he was really pissed off, literally. And so it was around this time that
Now there is, and we should say the movie, the original version of the film is very slow.
Yeah.
And
we prefer to call it deliberately paced.
Deliberately paced. and from a writer's perspective, it has a fundamental flaw.
Several.
Yeah. Which is a lack of hard conflict with a resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, you do need, and this is why, great novels, and I'm not saying it's based on a great, it's based on the great novelization.
That's right.
But they don't make good movies. They, simple novels make good movies because it's like, Lord of the Rings. I need to go to this place and get this thing and come back. That's what you need. I need to kill this guy. I need to get revenge on this guy. Yep. That's a good solid. Yep. The Great Gatsby never makes a good movie because it's about it's an emotion. It's longing. And
it's like, oh, do I like her? Oh, I don't know. Do I? Maybe.
And Star Trek: The Motion Picture is, it's about an idea.
Yeah.
What if a machine became sentient?
Right.
Which had been covered previously. And
but the thing is that happened with Star Trek was that because it was required to be a certain length in 1979, they were expecting to get visual effects shots in at the very last minute.
There was a problem. Yeah. A giant part of that movie is not Robert Wise's fault.
Right.
Which is Robert Abel.
Robert Abel, the company that was hired to do the visual effects, a year before the movie came out, they didn't have any footage. They had one explosion shot that they had done.
Yeah.
And look, it isn't their fault because the same exact thing happened on Star Wars. The only difference was that George Lucas owned the company.
Okay,
so
tell that story.
They were spending so much money and time building a studio that could do these shots.
Yeah, the beginning, and it's important to stress, the same thing happened with Star Wars.
Yeah.
Before they did the effects,
there were no companies
they
who
need
could do
to
these.
build the factory to make the effects. And then they needed to find and build and pay for the machinery in the factory that made the effect, So it wasn't just like we need to make a car. It's like, well, we need to get a factory, and then we need to fill the factory with machines, and then we can make the car.
Yeah. And unfortunately, because of the schedule for Star Trek, everyone panicked.
Right.
And especially Robert Wise, because he said, I got to finish this movie. And it was on his shoulders. And because the company just hadn't thought forward enough to at least do one shot just to placate the producers.
Right.
They were fired. And Doug Trumbull and John Dykstra came on to finish the movie in 8 months.
Right. And that is like literally, I believe both of those guys initially turned down the job.
They did, yes.
And and then they went with these guys Thinking, well, I'll save a little money.
Yeah. And sure. Yeah.
And as they say, the cheap pay twice, or in this case, 6 times.
Yeah. Because they had to throw so much money to get it done in this amount of time. And, it's a famous failure story that turned into an amazing job by Trumbull and Dykstra, getting it finished on time and having a movie to release.
And both of them were like, I'm going to have guys working around the clock.
Oh, yeah. Every day.
And Trumbull was like, you're also going to let me direct a movie that became Brainstorm.
Yeah.
It was like,
and they gave him back his company, Magicam. And it was all part of a big deal that Paramount paid through the nose to get Trumbull to finish the movie.
Yeah. And it was Jeffrey Katzenberg who really...
It was Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was a junior executive at the time.
Got that movie onto the screen.
Absolutely. And in fact, Robert Wise showed me a title card that said, actually produced by Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. But here we are 18 years later, and the Star Wars special editions had come out. And it was an interesting thing because...
Now, why did those come out?
Those came out because George Lucas wanted someone to pay for his R&D for the prequels. Ostensibly. But also he found an interesting loophole that, well, if we release these as the special edition, it's a different copyright, and all the previous deals are null and void for Star Wars. So if you don't release Star Wars again, and if you only release the special edition again, all those deals are gone.
It's a new movie.
Including the deal that Marcia Lucas gets a whole bunch of money from it.
Right.
So it was a little bonus, you might say.
Right. That's why it used to be so hard to see the original version.
That's correct. Let's not. I don't condone piracy, but I
have them.
Yeah. It is in the the registry of film for the United States for a reason, and it ain't the special edition that's in
right.
there.
Yeah.
Anyway, but because these projects had come out and done really well,
yes,
that was able to give us a foothold to talk about revisiting Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And we approached Robert Wise about the idea of having that extra 3 months of post-production. What would you have done at the time? And we screened it for him at the Directors Guild. And he started thinking, well, maybe there's something that we can do with this. And
did he want to cut 20 minutes out of it?
He cut some things out.
Yeah, he did. No, it's tighter. Yeah, for sure.
It's tighter, and there are a lot of character things that were just sort of blatantly overdone in the theatrical. Like Kirk is an asshole for most of the movie, and he toned that down a lot.
Did he go into different takes? Was he allowed to open the movie back up in regard to that?
No, we had the lifts that were used for the TV version,
the extended TV version,
that were helpful because they were the stuff that they had taken out to make room for all the visual effects shots that they cut in. But Robert Wise had no preview screenings, none at all.
Yeah.
So he couldn't gauge it with an audience. So we just said, well, okay, so this 18 years is your preview screening. And now we know, what the reactions are. And I think the great thing was that he wanted little small things changed here and there that really make a big difference in how you interpret the film as you're watching it. Several minutes were cut out of flying over Viger and through the cloud. But those are essential parts of the movie because especially if you're watching it in a theater, those are what bring you in and put you in this environment.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And if you lose too much of that, then it just becomes lip service to a big science fiction movie, which is it is trying to be. It is the answer to 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah. But that was never what Star Trek was.
But that's the thing. Star Trek was never a big, theatrical movie.
Right.
Star Trek was becoming what it would later be.
Right.
So this was a birth pangs of a new form of life for Star Trek, much like the story of V'Ger itself.
Right. Yeah.
And it's fascinating.
Or 2001.
Or 2001. But I think that the great thing about the motion picture was that it wasn't dumbing things down for anybody. If you didn't understand it, that's okay. Just keep watching and you'll understand even less.
Right. Right.
It is trying for something that it never really achieves, but it's the trying for it that is exciting. And you're seeing this new form of something that you loved.
That's absolutely true. And here's a weird question. Which one is your favorite?
Which movie is my favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, I think absolutely Star Trek the Motion Picture, because I saw it. And
I would have thought Insurrection.
Well,
no, I'm kidding.
Insurrection still makes me laugh because it sounds like erection.
Yeah, it's not. I couldn't tell you a thing about that movie.
Look, even Brent Spiner says, okay, it wasn't my fault, even though it was. But it's the Star Trek movies are incredibly uneven.
Yeah. They're like Bond movies.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I was so impressed by the movie when I first saw it when I was 12 years old that's another one of those things that formed me. And formed what I like. And I thought that it felt like being in space and being on a real Starship Enterprise for the first time. It's like the movie was the real version of the TV show that we had seen before.
Right.
And I loved it. I've always loved it. And during the process of working with Mr. Wise and seeing what things that he wanted to change around a little bit, it helped me understand what they were trying to do. And the reintegration of Spock's character arc into the what later became the director's edition is imperative to the success of that movie, because the story is about Spock.
Yes, and that's the thing. It's like the story of the V'Ger story, V'Ger's evolution. It's
just a framework.
It's a stalking horse for Spock's evolution.
Yes, yes, because the parallel development.
Did Kirk know that? Did William know it was Leonard's movie?
No, I think he did, because Leonard and Shatner were heavily involved in figuring out the last act of the movie.
Right.
They were writing along with Roddenberry and Robert Wise to figure out how this would resolve.
Right.
All during shooting.
Right. You don't want to be in that position.
Yeah. Nightmare.
Yeah.
But look, it's a fascinating question of when should you start making a movie?
Yes, but also in terms of what the movie's about, it's timelier now than it was then.
Absolutely.
Because we are now in the middle of AI.
Yeah.
Which is, when is this thing alive?
When is this thing alive, and when are we all going to be lined up to be shot?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hope much later.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's fascinating because, people have called it Where No Man Has Gone Before, because it's, basically the same story as The Changeling from the original series, but with important differences. I think that the drive that V'Ger has to be more than it is something that I know Roddenberry was fascinated with, and he said, well, that's what makes human beings human, is that we're always trying to be more than what we are. And I think that's what the movie was doing.
Yeah.
And,
it's funny.
Granted, failing most of the time.
It is what it's about in exactly in the same way Apocalypse Now was what it was about.
Yeah. Yeah. Apocalypse Now was a war.
Going into the jungle with too much money and too much technology and a
Yeah.
lot of arrogance and
Absolutely.
getting beaten
Totally.
down.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the fact that these were happening at the same time.
Same year.
Is amazing.
That is true. I didn't even think about that. that is absolutely true. Yeah, it is interesting. You know, we're talking about, you were with me when this happened. Somebody came up, was telling me about how to interview somebody using ChatGPT.
Right.
Well, you just tell your phone to write the questions, and then, or you can write them like better questions or worse questions. And you and I were both horrified. Like, I like to think of questions.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
My brain, I like it having ridges.
Yeah,
and we're going to end up with these smooth brain.
Smooth brain.
Yeah. I don't want anything to do my thinking for
We
me.
need to be careful, or AI will take away all the fun things that we like doing.
Yeah.
And leave us with the scut work.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't understand.
It's all the process of trying to level the playing field for everybody to do everything.
Yeah.
And the tools will enable people to do that. People taking in this entertainment such as it is don't care.
No.
And they have no way of grading quality.
Yeah, and that's why when I see when I see a small movie that's clearly not all CG,
right,
and it's good,
yeah,
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Most of those movies are horror movies now,
right?
Which I know is not your genre, but
but I understand. I understand because it's easy to,
like, Weapons is like, this is great.
Yeah,
it was a good idea. It was a really solid idea, well executed.
Theoretically, it's easier to scare people than make them laugh.
Yeah, but they're similar.
Yeah, they're similar procedures.
Yeah, exactly. They're written the same way.
Yeah.
They're designed the same way. The language is the same way.
Right.
Gag. What's the gag?
Right.
Set up the gag. Pay off the gag.
Yeah.
And it's and laughing and screaming are involuntary reflexes that release tension.
Right.
You know, I go
at
through
least that's what I told my dates.
Exactly. But it's funny when I go through like a horror maze.
Yeah,
I will laugh.
Right.
Where other people will scream.
Right.
For the same reason.
Because you're screwed up.
Maybe. Yeah. But I've never had a movie scare me.
Yeah, I'm the opposite.
Yeah. I've had one.
Which one?
The TV movie Helter Skelter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I saw it in 7th grade.
Right.
And I knew it was real.
Right.
It wasn't, guys really don't become wolfmen. Yeah. I was like, no, that happened. That happened. And that freaked me out.
Yeah. No, it's, look, reality is always scarier than movies.
So do you consider Alien a science fiction movie or a horror movie?
Alien is a science fiction movie with horror elements.
And I know people that just say it's a haunted house movie in outer space.
Kind of. Yeah, no, I can see that aspect too.
10 Little Indians.
Yeah. I love Alien. I've loved it since I first watched it on a tiny little black and white TV with On TV, which was a pay-per-view service back in Chicago.
Did you send me the Elliot with the xenomorph in the basket?
No, but I think we saw it at the same time.
Yeah, I saw it at the same time, yeah.
But
that's not Elliot. That's a whole new thing.
Well, I don't know if it's Elliot or not.
No, if you look, it's all new.
Oh, okay.
I thought they matted him over.
Oh, yeah, no, that's all. It's all
yeah.
AI.
Yeah. Oh, is that all AI?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's convincing.
No, yeah, because Elliot is Jack Torrance now.
Yeah, and very good.
He's
Jack Torrance.
very good.
He's very good. That movie.
I love
great.
that movie.
Dr. Sleep is a great movie and a great book.
It's a great book. I read the book first, and I loved it. And the fact that the movie can balance the movie version of The Shining and the book version of The Shining so well without taking away from either is brilliant.
And it's not about, The Shining is about alcoholism.
Right.
And
at least that's what Stephen King says.
I can absolutely see it in in the book. The problem with the film is that he starts off
ignores it. Yeah.
It starts off crazy and he gets mildly crazier.
Right.
You don't have that sober dad, drunk dad thing,
right?
Which is unnerving for a kid. The sequel became something wholly different, like Alien and Aliens.
Right.
It took
it's a different genre.
Took it and put it into a different genre. It was great.
Yeah.
It was just great. And it's rare. It's rare that a sequel builds.
Yeah.
On
it turns it into more of a crime drama.
Yeah. Yeah. But I love mixing those two.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. I love mixing those two. I thought it was really, really good.
Yeah. So anyway, we were able to get the studio to help us out by giving us money to do Star Trek: The Motion Picture, the director's edition.
Now, was Gene still alive?
On DVD. No, Gene died in 91.
Okay.
So this was 10 years after.
So you didn't have any grief?
No. Well, who knows? We don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah.
We didn't have any grief from Gene. No,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He would have said, well, if I can get money out of it, go forth and do likewise.
Yeah. Yeah. Lincoln Enterprises is going to be producing a new IDIC.
The new IDIC.
One of the great cash-ins.
Oh my God. I've gotten to know a little bit David Gerald, the writer from the original series, and
okay, so
we have a sort of a back and forth of fake hate speech at each other, and I said, David, you put the dick in IDIC, and he laughed hysterically. He loved it. He says, I'm stealing that. I said, that's fine.
I have a weird David Gerald thing. I might want to meet David Gerald.
You should.
The first book to read that I ever bought that started me like becoming a voracious reader was his novelization of Battle for the Planet of the Apes that I bought at a grocery store for 99 cents.
Wow.
And I have it in that room.
Nice.
Taped up.
Yeah, didn't the cover have that photo of a gorilla?
It had a photo from Conquest.
Yeah,
but it was for Battle. But but it is the first, outside of apes, this started me reading.
That's awesome.
And
I think he'd be very gratified to hear that.
Yeah, I want to tell him that. Yeah, and that's because of him. I learned the word, and again, on the back cover, the word cadre.
Right.
And I looked it up.
Nice.
And that's how I learned that word. And that started everything.
Interesting. I just looked up a word the other day that I had, I'm horrified that I hadn't before.
Ooh, cocky.
No. The word Nostromo, the name of the ship from Alien, is actually an Italian word that means shipmate. Nost our uomo, man, our shipmate.
What is Nost ship?
Nost means our.
Yeah.
Our.
Our mate, basically.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I would have never known.
I'd never known, apart from
But that's my Halloween costume this year.
You're going as the Nostromo?
I'm going as Harry Dean Stanton.
Oh, that's awesome.
And Kat's going as Sigourney Weaver.
Nice. I think you should just switch those around.
What happens when the door is shut is it's only our business.
Wow.
That's what. So you do like some horror movies?
Oh, no, I don't dislike horror movies.
Right, but you're a sci-fi.
I'm a sci-fi guy.
Yeah. What is the last good science fiction movie? Da, 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 da.
I'll take impossible questions for 50. I think, one of my favorites over the past 10 years is Her.
Sure.
And that's totally a science fiction movie because...
Is that the one with...
Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Right.
And Scarlett Johansson as the
As
AI.
her.
As her.
Yeah.
It's like them. Her.
Have you seen Companion?
I have not, but I hear it's similar.
It's got it's more of a horror movie.
Yeah.
It's a crime drama.
Right.
With that in it, and it's got a great twist.
Okay.
As does Presence. Which is the Soderbergh.
I like Presence.
I wrote a horror movie called
Stand Against Evil.
No, called Deadly Presence. Presents.
Right, Presence.
About possessed toys at Christmas.
Nice. Oh, I see. You got this one switched to evil.
And I believe it got made and it got released as Toys of Terror. And I was like, no.
It's not what I was going for at all.
I was going for at all.
Well,
but as the producer said, check clear? Yes.
There you go.
There you go.
Companion is also my one-word Shatner impersonation. Companion. The man will cease to exist unless you help us. Don't tell me how to do it.
I take a longer pause.
It sickens me.
I take a longer pause.
I don't
sickens me.
Yeah.
It sickens me.
The void's starting to influence you. Because
the reason...
Hail fellow, well met. Don't tell me how to do it. It sickens me. I love that.
I love it. All those guys getting voiceovers. Orson Welles, you and your friend.
Your friend.
And the Jack Palance is
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you love it, but you love everything that's loving nothing.
That's loving nothing.
That's
so
so
great.
You love everything that's loving nothing.
Yeah. Oh my God. Those celebrities at their worst discs that were out back in the 90s.
Still have it.
I still have mine.
Patton Oswalt's album "Talking for Clapping" is based on.
Oh yeah, based on the John Wayne. I'm not talking for clapping.
I'm not talking for clapping. Jack Palance. You know what movie Jack Palance is really Jack Palance in? Is Tim Burton's Batman.
Oh yeah,
he's so good. I forgot he was in that movie. I hadn't seen that in so long.
Jack, you are my number one guy.
He's so good in that movie.
Believe it or not.
All those guys picking up a check.
Sure.
Event Horizon is an underrated.
I've watched
movie.
It once.
Yeah.
It was too bloody for me.
Yeah.
And I
don't. By the way, I'm not a gore guy at all.
Yeah.
I find it boring.
It's a good looking movie.
Mm-hmm. I like Sam Neill a lot.
Sam Neill's great.
Yeah.
But he should have lived in Montana.
Yeah. Is Spielberg's new, are they making Night Skies? Is that what he's doing? Because it is a UFO movie.
It's a UFO movie. I have no idea, and I'm glad I don't know anything about it.
Did you see No One Will Save You?
No.
You should see it. It's basically Night Skies. It's basically a film version.
I don't want to see Night Skies.
Well, have you seen The Invaders? The Twilight Zone episode?
Oh, of course.
It's basically that as a feature.
Oh, great. I don't need to see it then.
But I was alarmed that in the way that the Terminator,
right.
It's the same thing. It's like, wait a minute, you've got to give Richard Matheson. You've got to give Richard Matheson. It's literally no dialogue. I mean, it's literally a woman alone in the house and an alien invasion, and there's no dialogue. It's like, no. This is great that you did it in a new way. That's great and big and terrific. I'm all for remaking things and making them better.
Yeah, but you better acknowledge where it came from.
You have to acknowledge where it came from. There's nothing wrong, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
it's fine that. If you acknowledge where something came from, it doesn't mean that you're not creative.
Yeah.
It's like,
but don't think that we're all stupid, that we're not going to know.
But it's also, there was a great thing. It's so funny. My daughter loves Olivia Rodrigo, and she has a song called I think it's brutal. The refrain is, it's brutal out here. And it's basically kind of a pastiche on Pump It Up. And somebody online was saying this is just a ripoff of Pump It Up. And then Elvis Costello said, yes, and Pump It Up is a ripoff of Too Much Monkey Business. Yeah. And Too Much Monkey Business is a ripoff of blah. And he just traces it back 3 or 4 songs.
That's funny.
It doesn't make Pump It Up less great.
No.
And so I sent.
But just cite your sources, people.
I sent the screen grab of so I sent that to my daughter. I said, look, honey, this is the daddy's favorite musician. And look what he said about Olivia Rodrigo's song. And I took the screen grab and I sent it to her. And her response was, great. Can you bring in my food?
with every generation, you get the loss of collected memory.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. I mean, that's how mankind doesn't kill itself. You know.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure. We've been through horrible times before.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I've been going through a process of watching reactors on YouTube. These are people who watch films,
right?
And you're
oh,
watching.
Sure,
you're
yeah,
watching them
I've
watch
done that.
the
I've
film.
done that. Yeah. What are you watching? Jaws?
Jaws or whatever. There's
Yeah.
a whole bunch of films that people have reacted to, including Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which they love.
Oh,
now.
interesting.
So it's
I love watching. This is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Professional like opera singers and stuff.
Right.
And they watch The Who.
Right.
At their peak.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh,
yeah. No, it's great.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah.
I saw one of a rapper listening to Hotel California, and he said, "Oh my God, this is amazing."
Yeah, that's terrific. Yeah.
It's so great because we learn to realize that there's nothing separate about talent, that we can recognize talent and wonderfulness in many different iterations.
And this is the thing that I am hoping is beginning to permeate the culture, because I do believe it's reaching a point of it's reaching its like event horizon of awareness that conflict is a business.
Yeah.
And this is your phone is the Wall Street for conflict entrepreneurs.
Mm.
And it's designed to force you to fight. It is designed to put you into conflict with people. And that a lot of the people that you're in conflict with, you're only in conflict with because you've been positioned to be in conflict with. And that by and large, most people agree on most things.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And it's like we said at the top, it's a choice.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
Because if there's one thing that 2001: A Space Odyssey has taught us, that mankind survives by battling.
Yeah.
It's aggression that makes us human.
Kubrick called man's propensity for violence an evolutionary hangover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's sort of what 2001 is about.
It's totally about that.
Yeah.
Because it basically gives you various stages of human development, and it's all the same.
What people don't catch, and I didn't catch it originally, is that the bone becomes that's a weapon satellite.
It's a floating bomb.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't mentioned in the movie at all.
It's just like floating bomb with an arrow
Yeah.
and then author's message.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's all the same thing. Mankind just repeats history over and over and over again.
And over and over. That is the curse of immortality. It's just seeing this shit play out again and again and again.
Well, that's what Flint, the never dying being in Star Trek, said.
Which episode was that?
It's one of those in the third season.
Really?
Yeah. James Daly, who played Flint.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, who was Johannes Brahms. He was Da Vinci. He was all these people through history. And
Dr. Honorius in Planet of the Apes, James Daly.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I keep needing to realize that I need to translate these things for you into ape language.
Yes.
And but he does have rights under ape law.
Yes, he does. Some apes, it seems, are more equal than others.
Sometimes we should talk about Planet of the Apes because
it's not that interesting.
It is though to other people who lived through it too.
Oh, sure.
Because before Star Trek, I had all the Apes Mego dolls.
Sure.
And I loved Planet of the Apes.
Sure.
1974 when the show came out.
Yeah, and that's when it was saturation.
It was total.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I'm surprised that 20th Century Fox didn't realize at the time when they were making the deal for Star Wars that all of that stuff had been done.
And I think that part of the pitch was to focus on Chewbacca because it looked a little, even at the bandolier.
Yeah.
And even like
the funny
familiar
thing was,
with that. But they said, I want the merchandising. Sure.
Yeah.
You idiots.
Yeah. You're idiots. The funniest thing about my stupid little mind is that when I first saw the TV commercials for Star Wars, I thought, oh, this looks dumb. They have an ape flying the spaceship.
Yeah.
I wasn't wrong, but it was so much more than that. And I just, it's because that's how they were pitching it.
And it's also, it's one of those things when you look back on it, I can, like, if were I Harrison Ford, I would absolutely think like, this is not going to work.
What are they trying to do?
Yeah. In the sense that in like everything in, you know, in the first movie, you know, there's a reason it takes forever before you see the apes. It's, you know, he needs to dislocate the audience and it's quite brilliant what he does. And then when you first see them, it's very scary.
Yeah.
And then, but the very first scene where there's no like threat, where it's just Cornelius and Zira and Charlton Heston in their apartment talking.
Right.
I can absolutely see like guys going, this is not going to fucking work.
Yeah.
We are going to get laughed off the goddamn screen. And it is just kind of that's the thing about movies is like, you don't know if it's going to work or not.
Yeah.
You know, I've been in some and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And you never really, I was in this, I'm in a movie called Southbound, which is a horror anthology. It's so good. And that set didn't feel any different than any other set.
Yeah.
But it's just like you watch it like, wow, this is really, Roxanne Benjamin directed it. It's so good. And if you ever watch it, I'm doing Bill Paxton.
Nice.
I'm talking like this. I'm the leader of a cult, and it's just great to have you here.
Oh my God. That immediately reminds me, when I was working for Jim Cameron at his house, working on his computer, Bill Paxton came over one day and we had pizza in Jim's kitchen.
He's great.
He was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to see, because he lived in Ojai. I used to see him all the time.
Yeah, when he was alive.
Yeah. So great.
Another horrible loss.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Hey, man, how are you? What are you doing?
What are you doing? That's great, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever seen Near Dark? I'm a scary monster.
The great Catherine Bigelow.
Yep. Another one of Jim's.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Wives.
Bedmates.
They were married for a couple months, I think.
Have you seen The Vast of Night?
The Vast of Night?
Yeah.
I have not. Is this another one of your horror movies that
Science fiction film came out in 2020. It's it takes place in a little desert town in the 50s. It's like an alien invasion, but all subjective. It's like you don't see it.
Right.
You just hear about it.
Like Signs.
Yeah, it's a lot like Signs. It's a lot like Signs. I'd be interested in what you think about it, because it's
The Vast of Night.
The Vast of Night. Yeah.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'd be interested in what you in what you think about it. So Halloween.
Yes.
How do you celebrate Halloween?
I've loved Halloween since I was little. My mom and dad would make me costumes. I have a photo from the same time period that I went to Sesame Street of me dressed up in a Ben Cooper Batman costume.
Perfect.
I'm glad it says Batman on the front bat, because I would have never guessed who it was.
As someone said, you were actually dressed as a fan of Batman.
That's right. That's correct. That's correct. But of course, it was very short after that I cut the mask and made it. I cut the flesh part off the mask
so
that I could just have my face in the Batman.
The other thing about those Ben Cooper masks or Collegeville is you would stick your tongue through the little hole and then slice it like deli meat.
Yeah.
That's
But
razor
I
sharp.
loved Halloween. I loved picking out my costume. I loved butchering the costumes that we bought at, whatchamacallit,
Woolworths.
Woolworths.
Yep.
And
back in the day when you could go to the store, get a Halloween costume and a turtle.
Right. Again, this is the time period that resonates so well with me, because it was just sheer joy, and the joy of taking that costume and changing it to make it your own was great. I had a C-3PO mask that I basically continued the back of the head with wrapping paper, and then built a whole cardboard 3PO outfit covered in wrapping paper.
Sure.
When I was like 11.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun.
Yeah. But then is it a pain to trick or treat in?
Trick or treating was always a pain.
Yeah.
Especially in Chicago when it's so freezing
it's so cold. Yeah.
That your mom forces you to wear a big coat over your costume.
Yeah. I say that on my act. You have to go flash your neighbors. Who are you?
My God.
I'm C-3PO.
Yeah. But I loved going trick or treating. I loved the candy reveal at the end.
Sure.
Where you dump it on the floor and
then
go through it.
Your dad comes and takes all your Mr. Good bars.
Well, I'm sorry your dad did that.
No, I didn't like nuts, so it was fine with me. We had a good symbiotic relationship there.
Well, that's good.
What do you do now? Do you have a Halloween tradition now?
My tradition is going over.
Your son's too old. You don't need to go trick or treating with your son anymore.
No, and he lives in a different state, so it
makes the whole thing hard.
It makes the whole thing different. I'm not going to fly out to Wisconsin to go trick or treating with a 25-year-old. Although it might be interesting. It would certainly surprise him.
And unnerve him.
But I usually go to a friend's house and I bring a bunch of bags of candy and we sit out on his front porch and just
that's what I do.
And just give candy to trick or treaters.
What neighborhood?
It's
what city?
Reseda.
Reseda. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who lives down in Valley Village, which is a beautiful neighborhood, Colfax Meadows, which is a great grid. And we would go there when my kids were little, and we kind of base out of my friend's house. And now my kids are older, and I'm the last person they want around them on Halloween. Right. But I still go down there and kind of hang out and give out candy and stuff.
And I have a sort of a.
It makes me so happy.
I love it.
It makes me
because
so happy.
it's Halloween at its purest.
Yes.
It's not a bunch of adults getting together and drinking and doing all this kind of stuff.
Slutty Einstein.
Not that I don't like slutty costumes.
Yeah. But no, I agree with you completely.
It's pure joy to see kids enjoying themselves.
Yeah. The Great Pumpkin Waltz brings forth a Proustian response in me.
Nice.
And it is both beautiful and tragic.
Right.
In the same way that watching video of your children when they are little is beautiful and tragic.
Yeah.
Because you're grieving something that's gone.
Right.
And
yet remembering something that was great.
That was the greatest.
Yeah.
That gave you the reason you lived.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. It's just like, it'll never, like in the terms of the Great Pumpkin Waltz, it will never be 1975 again.
Yeah. Well, that's the definition of nostalgia. It's pain from an old wound.
Oh, is that what it's called?
That's what nostalgia means.
Really? Yeah. I thought it was shipmate.
No. That's the callback. That's a callback.
Pain from an old wound.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. I don't, where was I? I was just in Northern California with moved my daughter into her college apartment.
Right.
And we needed to get some furniture. So like a couple things, nothing a lot.
Right.
So instead of going to IKEA, we went to antique stores.
Sure.
And just seeing that stuff.
I love going to antique stores.
I do too. And it's just a time machine and just great.
Look at all this crap people threw out. Why?
Yeah.
Why would you throw this out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because, and I've seen this in a lot of these, when you, especially getting like an antique mall. There's a really great one in Sacramento called Stardust Vintage. Free plug. Bunch of different rooms, and they had a lot of like jukeboxes,
right,
and old TVs and consoles and stereo consoles and great mid-century furniture, just beautiful mid-century furniture, and then a couple of just like racks of
crap,
racks of Playboys.
Right.
It's just like, well, come on, put those behind the counter.
At least pretend that they're that they're not for.
I'm with my daughter. I don't want to be caught looking at Debbie Jo Fondren.
She was a good girl, though.
She was a good. Later became a Navy SEAL. I don't know. Do you still dress up for Halloween?
Yeah, I have like 3 or 4
rotating costumes.
Go-to costumes. I have a John Hammond from Jurassic Park, which I think I may do this year. I have a great Darth Vader outfit that I'm too short for. But
and then you're stuck in it all night.
Yeah. Well, until I take it off and I become
guy in a cape.
Guy in a cape.
Yeah.
I have great Indiana Jones gear. And last year I did number 2 from The Prisoner.
I was I was number 6.
Leo McKern.
Leo McKern, yeah. That's a good I was number 6 one year, and no one recognized me until the very end of the night. This woman goes, "I know who you are." I was like, "Oh, you're British. Of course you do."
Of course.
But that's a good comfortable costume.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm big on the night.
Yeah.
I'm big about also comfort.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because you have to.
Yeah.
I'm not spending the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I'm not going to go around as Van Gogh's self-portrait holding a frame over my head. I want to be Harry Dean Stanton. Give me a Nostromo hat and a Hawaiian shirt, and I'm halfway there.
What's your favorite Halloween costume ever
that
you wore?
That I wore. 1977. I did my own makeup out of the Dick Smith Monster Makeup Handbook, bought from the back of Famous Monsters, as the Wolfman Larry Talbot.
Nice.
Who was my monster when I was a kid.
Right.
Years later, I'm doing a pilot for ABC. Wrote and produced a pilot for ABC. And Greg Nicotero calls me up and says, "Hey, I'm doing my first short movie. It's called the United Monster Talent Agency. Can you shoot this day?" And I went, I'm in the middle of shooting my pilot that week. He said, "Oh, I wanted you to play Larry Talbot, and we were going to do like an old school Wolfman transformation, exactly like they did in Universal Studios." I said, "Hang on." I lied to ABC about a quote family emergency. That's awesome. Moved the shooting of the pilot to the Monday instead of the Friday.
That's awesome.
And got to shoot it and did it. Did the transformation.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was great. And I will tell you this, oddly, Howard Berger, who is the other interview in this episode.
Right.
And he has a book called Making Monsters that is coming out. That is what they're plugging. Photos of that transformation are in that book. I will say this. Best shower I've ever taken in my life was when I was out of that makeup.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It was just like, there's a lot of hair.
I had the Dick Smith horror makeup set.
Yep.
With Flex Flesh.
Yep.
Which is, it's just gelatin, folks. It's all a lie.
Yeah.
But I must have used that endlessly, just making little, warts and
remember the Thing Maker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tom Kinney has a funny bit about the Thing Maker. Like, that's how toys have changed.
Yeah.
In the old days, what could be harmful? Just give the kid a metal square that you can plug into the wall and boil plastic.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh,
what
my
can
God.
go wrong?
Creepy crawlers.
Yeah, creepy crawlers.
They were edible. You could make edible ones.
Yes, that's right.
It's
great box art.
The boys'
Thing
easy
Maker.
bake oven.
Yeah, yes, it was great, and the box art of all that stuff was so
my God.
good.
So good.
Yeah, so good.
Wow.
And that's why they have eBay.
Yeah, I know it well.
Yeah. Daren Docterman, where can people follow you on socials?
I am on Instagram at Daren Doc, 1R, DarenDoc. Look for me and my friend Kirk Thatcher doing the Weirded Beardos podcast. You can find us on YouTube and wherever podcasts are sold.
Your grocer's freezer.
In your grocer's ice cream case.
And the Inglourious Trexperts.
Inglourious Trexperts, wherever you find
who I believe
podcasts.
are going to be featured on the next Hanging with Dr. Z Live. Apparently, that was a conversation I had yesterday.
Well, that's fascinating. I'd love to.
I'm sad that this is how you're finding out.
No one tells me anything. I just like to be surprised.
Yeah, or I'm doing you, or you're doing me. I don't know.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Someone's doing someone.
We're wrestling.
Sunday's wrestling day.
Bill, friends.
Bill? Oh, George Takei.
George Takei. And you know who's, we're done. You know who's, it's funny how Walter Koenig just like, I'm staying out of it.
Yeah. Although he doesn't.
He doesn't?
He doesn't stay out of it.
Oh, yeah.
In certain venues, he'll just say, Bill was such an asshole to me. And, but on the other hand, without him, we would never have the show.
It's true.
So,
yeah,
I love Walter. He's a curmudgeon, and I hope he's doing okay. He had some medical things a couple weeks ago. I hope.
Oh, he was doing okay. Good. Yeah, he did. He's my friend's father-in-law.
Oh, your friend?
My friend. Yeah, he's married to his daughter. All right, Daren Docterman, ladies and gentlemen, happy Halloween!
Thank you,
you magnificent bastard. Magnificent.
You magnificent bastard. I read your book.
Trick or treat.
Trick or treat. Trick or treat. Trick or treat for Halloween.